O makua na kupuna mamua mako he wahile o mahalo ke ia no na mea paua puni au kako. Ke olu mai e haawi mai ia mako ka ike, ka ikaika, ka mea pona no ke ia halawai nui. Ke kule ana o kako e holo mua me ka ike, me ka ikaika, me ka na o au pono I ka Hawaii no laila. O ke ia ka leo mahalo me ka leo haa amene.
Amen. The meeting of the Hawaiian Homes Commission is called to order. The meeting is being conducted live and in person at Ponoi, 915420 Kapolei Parkway, Kapolei, Oahu, 96707. I am not Kali Watson. I'm Walt Kaneakua, one of the 3 Oahu commissioners. Chair Watson is excused to attend the state address, and I've been asked to fill in for him until he returns, probably after lunch. Today's date is Tuesday, January 21st, 2025, and the time is 9:37. Leah, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Freitas.
Here.
Commissioner Kalekini.
Aye.
Commissioner Kalepa.
Aye.
Commissioner Kaneakua.
Aye.
Commissioner Lasua is joining us by Zoom.
Aye.
Okay. Commissioner Marthil.
Ew.
Commissioner Namu'o. Here. Commissioner Nevis.
Aye.
And Chair Watson is excused. We have 8 members present. We have a quorum.
Thank you. The commission will recess today at noon for lunch, and there is no community meeting this month. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved. Second.
There's a move and a second to approve the agenda. Any discussion at all? All those in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Nay. Motion's passed. Are there any edits or amendments to the December 16th and 17th, 2024 meeting minutes? Can I get a motion to approve the minutes?
Second.
There's a move and second for the approval of the minutes. Any discussion? There being none, we will approve the minutes of the meeting and move on. Today, public testimony on agendized item on any item relevant to this agenda may be taken at this time, or a testifier may want to testify when the agenda item is called for discussion. Pursuant to section 92-3, Hawaii revised statutes and section 10-2-11C, Hawaii administrative rules, the chair of the commission has the authority to impose reasonable conditions to ensure an orderly and efficient meeting. So for those who want to testify as we begin the meeting, we ask that you would be respectful and you would limit your testimony to 3 minutes so that we can get all the people through that want to testify before the commission. So the first person who signed up for testimony, Manaole.
Aloha mai kākou.
Aloha.
Iman Kalai Manaole, co-manager Ho'omanapono LLC, Native Hawaiian Advocacy Corporation operating on the Waianae Coast. And I just like to give thanks to our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, because even though I had on stroke at the beginning of this year, I came out okay. So if I get a little bit stick on my speech, it's just a residual thing for that. So I just get 3 items that I wanted for discuss that's on the agenda. But the first one and most important one that I have today is a request to defer item D7, dealing with successorship issue on Hawaiian homelands. I have today with me, our sisters. Back on. Yeah, D7. Um, so what you see here is, I'm advocating for them. This is the Tyler sisters. Of course, Tracy's a Kanailua now, but they live Second Road, Sixth Road in, Nanakuli Homestead. Everybody know the Tyler house over there, right behind Uncle Blackstem house, Ho'ohuli. And, they've lived there for 17 years. Tricia was, the successor all these years. So there's a lot of issues, dealing with this issue, and I don't like to take too long. So what you have with you is, we passed out a request for contested case hearing, regarding that issue. So, and because we have multiple issues on that, we just ask that we defer this matter, to give the Ohana who actually lives in the house for the last 17 years, the chance to be able to, challenge this issue. So I just like, Tricia, since you you was the successor, go ahead. Just introduce yourself and just let them know what's up.
Aloha, I'm Trisha Kanehailua.
Good.
My sisters and I have been living in the house for 17 years. We paid off the mortgage. I paid off the land tax. So we're just asking, if you could defer our case, in regards to 87315 Pilila'au Avenue, on Nanakuli Avenue.
Yeah, should I say something? You good? Okay, yeah, so, they're new to the process and, yeah, they're just as nervous as me right now, because this is our first, advocacy one for them. So anyway, thank you for that one, and then the other one is, C2, and we support C2, and we support F1. F1, we support, Lyman Ranch, because one of the great things that would happen on the west side is that, when Ige was in office, there was a deal made with DOE to allow DOE to get locally grown, grass-fed, cattle products to the schools. And where that come from is in Nanakuli Ranch, you get the cows, right? They take them down to the slaughterhouse in Kalailua, they slaughter them, they package them up, and they send them back. Where to? All the schools, but not only all the schools, but Nanakuli, Waianae, all our schools, our kids able to eat our own fresh beef. And that comes straight, one of the main sources on the west side is Lyman Ranch. And that's why Lyman Ranch is so big, because cows need a lot of space to be able to eat their food. So we continue to advocate for Lyman Ranch to stay in existence, because it is our own freshly grown product that we have. So thank you very much. And yeah, Happy New Year, everybody. I'm glad I got to see the new year. Aloha.
Mahalo. Yes, both of us. So, Paul Io.
Aloha kako.
Aloha.
I'm Mr. Kong from Nanakuli. And this in July, this uncle was taking care of the graveyard, Alan Cardenas. He needed help. So we helped him out and we just volunteers. And just from cutting the grass, now we're researching more than that. And we need help because some of the ones that work in the department, they know about it. But I explained to everybody that we have no authority The only thing I do is lock the gate, open the gate, and tell them respect the graveyard. So I think it's 95 years now, 1930, 4 more years, we're gonna celebrate the whole Nanakuli, yeah? And I'm sorry, this is my cousin Paul Ayo, and there's 3 other ones that couldn't make it this morning. But, the issues we're having right now is just, well, came to fact that the department, the city didn't know that they were dumping the garbage. So they stopped the garbage, took all the cans. And it was mentioned to us, it's not commercial, it's not a residential, but there's an address, 89-700 Halekala. So when I talked to them, the city didn't know about it. We can't even remember when the cans came and they were dumping it. So we're still working through that. Mr. Akila, Darius sent us an email. He knows about it, so I said, well, you know, I talked to the deputy at the department. I said, this, correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm hearing one thing, I wanna know if it does the same thing. But what the problem we get is kind of like nobody who lives in the valley and works for the department is advocating for us. So we need help. Go ahead, Paul.
First of all, my name is Paul Gilbert Ayo. I'm a leasee. My address is 89-362 Lepeka Avenue. Been living there now since I retired as a police officer in 2015. The leasee there is my wife. Her name is Pamela Ayo, but her maiden name is Wright, W-R-I-G-H-T. I come to you today to testify in behalf of the Nanakuli Heleakala Cemetery as a leasee. Currently, I'm on the Nanakuli Maili Neighborhood Board, chairman of the Public Health and Safety Committee, as well as the Education Committee. So I'm pretty much involved in my community called Nanakuli. I only became involved. I might get teary-eyed now because I wasn't here. I was living in the mainland, and I moved to the mainland because I got priced out of paradise. I say that honestly and trust me. I was a police officer here in Hawaii, on this island, on the Waianae Moku. I had to leave because we didn't get paid enough money from the police department now, and I'm working for the police department. I left because there was better goals there on the mainland in Washington. And the police department that I joined, there was King County Sheriff's Department. After my time there, my wife accumulated the Hawaiian Homestead because her mom had passed. So she was entrusted with the lease. So we moved back. I retired as a police officer, still retired, but I'm now actively involved because it takes involvement, even though I'm old already, and so is he. We decided that the cemetery needed to be taken care of. And there was an article in the paper yesterday. I think it's the state cemeteries, but ours is a Hawaiian Homestead cemetery. I'm proud to say that that cemetery, he mentioned the year 1930. And here we are, 2025, almost gonna be 100 years. And that cemetery still sits as distinct and brightly taken care of now by volunteers. Him, myself, and 3 other gentlemen. Him is Alika Kaui, Bruce Young, and Warren Ho'ohuli. That's the 5 of us. And we do whatever we can to maintain that cemetery. In doing that maintenance of that cemetery, we've come across things that we want to accomplish. One being number 1, restrooms for those people that come and visit their ohana that are buried. There were no restrooms there. So we decided to, let's go get some porta potties. So at least people can use a restroom when they're at a cemetery. So we have them now. Just to get that set up, it costs money. We need that help there. Taking care of our ohana. The ones that are still alive, that can pay their respects to those that are laid to rest. That's the number one thing. Next thing was, let's take care of the opala that's coming from that land. And every week and every month, there's opala that we take care of. We have to get disposed of. And that's one of the major problems that Mark just talked about, just getting rid of the trash from the cemetery. Just to get rid of the trash now. I think whatever branch of government should take care of that for us, the HHL. Those are the two things. Other than that, we come to you today to plead for that assistance from you folks, and whichever way you can get that assistance, that's our plea to you folks today. That was it.
Okay,
Mahalo.
thank you. Thank you.
Mahalo.
We'll see what kind of assistance.
Yes, sir.
Is the cemetery, are we still putting people to rest at that cemetery?
Right now, the department knows full capacity.
Full capacity.
Capacity, okay.
So a lot of research, yeah. We're kind of researching everything.
But to have clarity to your question, if you already have someone there that's ohana, and there's room to put another one on top of the one that's there, that's the room that you got. We've had at least 2 or 3 within the past month that have dug up and put another one on top of. So to say that there's room, there could be room. But in researching the cemetery itself, one of our missions, to go overboard, one of our missions is to identify those graves that are unmarked. There's people there laid to rest with no headstone, no marker, other than cement blocks sitting on top of the ground with no name at all. That's part of our research that we're trying to do with the University of Hawaii to find out if there's EV under the ground, and if there's EV there, to research who is there, to give them the proper respect, markings of someone laid to rest. That's part of our thing that we're doing also, just to let you know.
Go ahead, please.
Who is the contact at the department that you folks are working with to get help or to get answers?
I really don't want to mention the name because there are quite a bit of them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Question,
Please. Go ahead.
this is the first that I've heard about this particular cemetery. I would like the department to give us a report on the status of this. And it's my understanding that this is on our land,
Yes,
Hawaiian homelands. Okay, so I assume that we should have some kind of structure to take care of it. I'm not sure what that involves, so I would like to request a report from the department to the commission on exactly what's going on with this cemetery with the department. Thank you.
Mahalo.
mahalo.
Yeah, I'd like to strongly encourage that as well. This is our EV Kupuna is very important to who we are as a people.
Yes,
And this really needs to be looked at, and we need to do what we can to support this cemetery. Strongly encourage that.
Okay.
Um,
Please, Commissioner Nevis.
Also, I'd like to extend this report to all areas on all our islands. We have a gravesite in Kikaha on Kauai that it's in bad shape. That's not how we treat our kupuna.
correct.
This property belongs to Hawaiian Homes. It's under land management. Land management should look to fund this process. You know, we're kupunas. We're kupunas trying to take care of kupunas. The next generation, who's gonna take care of it? So it's important we put proper restrooms in, and we do a study to find out what's there, what needs to be done, and we give them the proper protocols for their burial, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners, and thank you.
One last comment that I'd like to make mention. that we're not just there to take care of the cemetery, number one. Number two, we want to educate the people from our area, Nanakuli, specifically now, the younger generation that are attending our high school and elementary school. We believe our hui can do that at a cemetery when the kids will find out who are their ancestors by us being there to teach them that. That's another part of this cemetery that can be an educational counterpoint so that we can actually teach the younger generation of who we're paying respects to, probably their own ohana. That's this one guy there.
Thank you very much
Mahalo.
for your testimony.
Mahalo.
Thank you. And
Thank you.
we'll work toward that. And for the meeting in general, if you have testimony that applies to the agenda items, we welcome that now. Otherwise, if you hold your testimony to a more general session that we'll have following the agendized meeting, we'd appreciate that. So thank you very much. Next testifier, Patty Hanamoku.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. Happy New Year. Aloha to our beneficiaries. I want to aloha Uncle Paul and Uncle Mark from Nanakuli bringing up the cemetery. I just wanted to add information in 2022, 2023, the Nanakuli Cemetery received CIP funding. They did the drainage, they did the stone wall to improve the Nanakuli Cemetery. And I just wanted to make sure we understand that there were funding in there. I think further to place funding, the group again should probably form a 501c3 to get the opportunity to put in funding, and that would help the maintain beautification and further for the but the past commissioners did put funding in the improvement of the walls and the sewer system into the cemetery. So thank you. What I wanted to bring up was on item C1, and it is about caretaker. So what I wanted to evaluate on caretaker that you're going to be discussing is that this year I emailed the departments, LMD, HSD, on some concerns in Waianae Valley. And this is, and none of the departments knew that this was a homestead. It's located up Pilila'au Park. It's a small homestead. It's called Kupuna Village Homestead of 19 units, and they're having very big problems there. And I'm surprised that none of your department knew the name or anything. So I kind of went and helped them and coached them in giving them the name and the location. My concern today as the commission is that per my email of the vandalism and the community center that has been destroyed by one individual there, is that where are we? I mean, after my email, I wanted to know what are we going to do, because some of the neighbors, beneficiaries are calling me or texting me. So I'd like the department to know, I want the commission to find out today, what department is in charge of Kupuna Village Hawaiian Homestead Association? Is it HSD's Kuleana? Is it LMD Kuleana? Or is it the enforcement? Usually the enforcement go in to enforce. But what about the beautification there? The lights are down on the streets. There's vandalism of the community center. There's property there that sit there that should be awarded. And it's been there for so long. And so if we don't award this property in the Kupuna Village, we do get vandalism, squatters there. So I just wanted to bring this to the attention. It is your discussion on C1, Mr. Chair, on caretaker. So that's such an important thing, caretaking our kuleana on certain parcels and identifying that this is a homestead property of 19 units that are in Nanakuli. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Next testifier, Aloha Lani Smith.
Aloha, Chair Kaniakua and Commissioners. Thank you for this time that I get to do two testimonies real fast. For G2, I wanted to say that I really truly support Dr. Jonathan Likeke Schuer as Hawaiian Homes Commission representative to the Maui County East Maui Regional Community Board. Moving on to G4, I'm in support of our G4 for the Wakiu lands. As long as there isn't a significant finding during the project. We never received any archaeological report on the findings, and according to the very few that has knowledge about the area, most of the kupunas who knew are all gone. So it's truly uncertain at the moment. But that area, again, is really heavily vegetated. And this 656 acres is possible that we might stumble on something that Evie, Hayel, but that it may be an impact later, we can deal with it. But moving forward, I wanted to support this item. And I really want to thank G70 and the planning department for sincerely putting the hard work forth for us on the East Maui. We're desperately in need, like everybody, but thank you so much. And thank you for this time to testify, and happy 2025. Aloha.
Mahalo.
Mahalo.
Next testifier, Evelyn McBrayer.
Aloha Commissioners and
Aloha.
Chair, Vice Chair. I'm in here in testimony in support of C2, the approval and authorization of Department of Homelands to negotiate agreement to accept the donation of 3.389 Parson Eva Island of Oahu on TNK 1-9-18103. I'm in support of that. I believe that the generosity of this support will advance Prince Kuhio's legacy to get more people on the wait list. You know, the donation coming out would really help to lower the wait list of 30,000. And I think we need that. We see that in my community, we are also having the 9-acre parcel, which within my communities, there's 62 individuals that's on the wait list. So CalPEA stands in supporting of C2. I also want to put for the record that I am in support of the approval of Dr. Jonathan Lee Keshua of the Hawaiian Homes Commission, represented for the Maui County. We was blessed. We have the Maui, Lanai, and Oahu Mokopuni meetings in which Dr. Shua was able to go ahead and brief the beneficiaries on the Maui County on the water. And I really support in the work that he's done. It has educated us both in Oahu. So I stand here for the record in support of those two agenda items. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. Next testifiers, Danielle Alafisio and Mike Akana. Oh, okay. Why don't we move on to Kenna Stormo Gibson while we're waiting? Thank you.
I'm not sure. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Aloha, Commissioners.
Aloha.
Mahalo for having me here again. My name is Kenna. I'm the Director for the Hawaii Housing Policy Foundation, and here on behalf of the relocation plan for Waipoli Courtyards. We found out at a City Council hearing 2 weeks ago on Kauai that after acquisition, current lease agreements cannot be extended due to the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act and the blood quantum requirement. So all 57 households must be relocated when their leases expire. At least 12 of those 57 are on month-to-month leases. So if acquisition happens in February, as is proposed, they will have till the end of March and then be given notice to relocate. These include nurses, doctors, a dentist is one of those. And the current relocation plan that was submitted by Interwest Group has people moving to Oahu. So a relocation plan of relocating 57 households to Oahu and compensating them based on Oahu rental prices does not seem to be in keeping with the Uniform Relocation Act, which is that current residents have a right to 42 months of relocation in their same geographic area, and that should be Kauai. Interwest Group said that many residents want to move off island. We did our own survey of 42 households. They interviewed 25. We interviewed 42. Only 2 said they would be open to moving off island. 95% of the residents want to stay on the island of Kauai. A relocation plan which puts them on Oahu or the mainland and offers them a check for $30,000 is not in keeping with federal requirements. And you can just imagine the disruption that's going to happen when there is not actually a plan for where these families will go when their leases cannot be renewed. And so I just am here again imploring this department to rethink and come up with a viable actual relocation plan. The $1.9 million budget seems entirely insufficient. We did our own market analysis, and this is the market analysis of what's available. So this right here is 1 bedrooms on Kauai. Of all of the 1 bedrooms, only 1 meets the requirement of having a year-long lease and being comparable, right? Same thing for the 2 and 3 bedrooms. Very, very few actually are comparable apartments on Kauai, which means these residents after acquisition have no choice but to leave their home and island. So I just am imploring that this relocation plan be completely reworked and rethought before acquisition. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. And for the General Assembly, if you could limit testimony to the agendized items, and then if you have things that fall outside of this agenda, we'll take the testimony later on. So if you please would, so that we can move forward and get going. Okay, Daniela Alafisio okay, very good. And Mike Akana, very good. Thank you. And this is for agenda items, right?
It's about D.
Okay, okay.
Aloha Papo.
Aloha.
I'm Danielle Alafosio. This is my dad, Michael Akana. We had back in January 31st. Oh, sorry. I call my keiki. Oh, sorry. January 31st, we had our contested case hearing with Kali Watson, and out of the 2 things that we requested, one was able to be fulfilled, was to have my dad to be put onto the application waitlist. I mean, to the Hawaiian Homes waitlist. That was January 31st, 2024. So we're wondering, thankfully, yes, we are very grateful. We are finally on the item D4. But we're wondering how come it took so long if it was already approved during the contested case hearing. So I don't know if that's kind of like still aligning with the item in the agenda, but just wondering how come it took so long.
Okay. All right. When we talk about the item, you know, we understand that you have a complaint that it took a year to get that on the item. How it came about being a year, I think will be a sidebar.
Okay.
And so we'll discuss that. Is there anything else?
It was just mainly about that.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, we recognize that we're having tremendous workload that we're trying to move through.
Yes.
And a year, that's a long time to be there. So can we talk about that on the side?
Yeah, definitely.
And then we'll move forward with the item that
Yes, thank you.
deals with you folks. All right?
Thanks.
Very good. Thank you. Next testifier, Chastin Hasegawa. Chastin, I'm sorry. Chastin. Okay. Okay. All right. Very good. Okay. Yes. Right, yes. Yes, yes, and that's why I'm asking if there is discussion or things not in the agenda, please hold off, because there were several. And so you're right, Kawi, we can't keep track of that because they're not on the agenda. And so, yeah. Yes, yes. Right, yes, ma'am. No, thank you. Do we have anyone else? Okay, Lucian?
Yes,
Line?
are you calling Lucian's phone? That's what it is in there as.
And Lucian, this has to do with the agendized items, yes?
This has to do with the courtyards at Waipuli relocation plan. Would you like me to wait?
Yes, if you would, please.
Okay, I'd be happy to wait. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? Kupuna Kiliko? Okay. Kupuna, your turn.
Mahalo. Aloha kako o wau kapua kili I kua kamai.
There you are.
I do have some agenda items that I'd like to speak to. I'll primarily wait till they come on order because I don't want to speak too prematurely, because I would like to hear what the department staff has to say. But I want to thank you for keeping the agenda in order, so that in the order that it's written, so that it's easier for us to follow. And I'm sure that the directors, they change it because of various reasons, possibly having to do with staffing and technology. And speaking about technology, I was reviewing the YouTube recordings, and on several occasions, I have to max my volume. So I think that if we could have our great audiologist, videographer, try to keep the volume consistent between the commissioners and the testifiers as far as what we hear, we would greatly appreciate it, because what happens is when YouTube puts on a commercial, it ends up just like so loud. And if you don't hit the mute button, it becomes very problematic. So I hope to be there before we get to our items. The leaves of absence, I do have some support for, but there may be some comments. Again, I wanted to hear some of the department's staffers' reports. C1, C2. There's several items that I would like to try to speak to. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kupuna, and thank you for talking about the quality of sound. We want to make sure it's the best for the people who are viewing online. Thank you. Do we have anybody else? Horace Nackenberg, or online? Okay. Cora, are you available? All right. Are we done? All right, that's the end of people who have registered. And now let us move on with the agenda. And thank you for your patience, everyone. Just as a note, because Kupuna was talking about being able to hear, if people would speak directly into the mics, that'll help people online. We're trying to keep track. So the first item available, or the first item, is going to be our consent agenda. So D 2 through 9 from the Homestead Services Division.
Good morning, Vice Chair, members of the commission.
No, you don't get to go away.
Good job already.
For the record, my name is Juan Garcia, Homestead Services Division Administrator. And we have 8 consent agenda items for your approval.
I understand that D7, on page 2, item number 5, Russell Tyler, there was testimony with regards to request for contested case hearing. We can remove this from agenda items so we can move forward.
Okay. Is there any objection by the commissioners to
Sorry,
remove?
which item are you talking about?
This is D7 on page 2, item number 5, Russell Tyler.
Yes, I'm okay with that. Thank you.
That's all right. Okay. We're good? All right. So for the purpose of D7, we will remove Russell Tyler, and we'll deal with that in later or probably contested hearing.
And just to clarify further, item D4, there was testimony as well with regards to Michael Akana. Are we proceeding with keeping that on that item to approve placement on the wait list? On page 3 at the top and page 4 on the top. Michael Akana.
Chair.
Yes.
So I think we want to approve it because they were supportive of that. Their question was why it took so long. It's
Yes.
separate.
Okay. I
That's
just
it.
wanted clarification.
Yes, they don't
Okay.
want their names removed.
Okay.
We're going to proceed with that. But if you could, sidebar.
We will.
And just chat with them. Thank you. Thank you, Juan. Okay, so for the consent agenda, items D through 9, do we have a motion to approve?
So move.
Second.
And second, thank you, Mike.
Yeah, and I'm comment.
Okay, discussion.
I do.
Please, go ahead.
Juan, thank you. I wanted to understand something a little bit better on item D3, the cancellations. Yeah, so Juan, in reading this, there was a Hawaii administrative rule that was implemented in 1998, 10.3-8. I don't know the details of it, but can you explain what that process involved, please?
Thank you, Commissioner Kalikini. Item admin rule 10.3.8 allows for the department in order for the department to solicit successors for a deceased applicant who did not file a designation. This mandates the department to publish a notice in the newspapers of general circulation here in the state of Hawaii to call for those qualified relatives to submit a claim. Prior to the amendment, that ability was not provided for or authorized. So therefore, if an applicant failed to designate a successor, that application is then terminated.
Okay. So for this month, we have 12 proposed cancellations. Historically, have we what do you have a number of how many we've canceled?
I don't have that information
Has it
readily.
been many?
We do it now and then as death of an applicant is
Right.
made known to the department. And if the death took place prior to 1998, then we would come before you to request that
Right.
application be canceled. But we can get figures
No,
for you if you're looking for
uh,
figures.
I think what my thoughts were is that the folks that were before this HAR, they just lose out on, because we did not notify anyone, right? We didn't.
We
there's no
didn't publish a
requirement.
notice, yes.
Right, so if a family member, qualified family member wasn't on top of things, then that opportunity is just canceled.
That's correct.
There's no way, what if someone a family member, is there any kind of recourse? Can this be like a request for a contested case, or is the HAR like overrules a request for
Yeah,
contested case?
it's my understanding that the amendment was effective in 1998. So any applicant beneficiaries that died after that rule amendment, then we would be mandated to publish a notice calling for qualified relatives to submit their claims. Again, if death took place prior to the amendment, there is no such public notice that is
Right.
required.
And this, my thoughts were that, you know, there were some potential beneficiary successors that lost out on the opportunity. And I mean, because you look at when these applications were accepted, it's from the 50s and the 60s and the 70s.
Yeah.
So all those family members, you know, they just lost that opportunity.
And again, even with the publication, we do strongly advise beneficiaries, including applicants and lessees, that it's an important matter to file a designation
Right.
to take over that application right or the lease.
Right. No, I think you guys, the staff, everyone does that really well. I mean, at all the meetings that we've been through, the awards, that's definitely included as part of the presentations, because it is very important. Thank you, Juan.
You're welcome, Commissioner.
Any other questions? No.
Sure, just clarification. If the rule was put in retrospect, then it would cover those in the past. But it looks like the rule was effective that date forward. So everything in the past was not included.
That's my understanding.
And it's not necessarily that these dates are showing up early 50s. That doesn't mean that you've been sitting on these for 15 years. It means we may have just got that information.
That is
And
possible.
we have to correct the record.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Lon. Thank you. I'm done.
Any other questions? No. Okay. Make it quick. Yes, please. Go ahead.
Go to the microphone, please.
Yes, you have to.
Go to the microphone, sis. Thanks, Kelly.
And state your name, Kai, please. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kawilani Almeida, and I just wanted to bring two things up. Number one, that when this thing comes up like this, it would be very, very informational. If we knew which of these were transfers and which ones were being canceled, that would be helpful, instead of tying them together and you not really understanding which one is which. That's number one. Number two is, I think several months ago, a publication did come out from the department stating that there were some people that were being called to successors, or just called to notice that there were some names on there that were deceased, and that were to come forward. And what I was told by the department was that the qualifications to get one of those properties was actually you had to be 50%. It wasn't the definition of successors, which is 25%. So I just wanted to know how come it was listed as successors come, or, come to the table and stuff, but actually it was, you had to be 50% to get
Yes.
those. So
Yes,
can you
one.
get some explanation for that? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kai. Juan, you want to
Yeah,
explain?
in the last few months, we've done several publications. One is the publication for deceased applicants that did not file a designation. And that was first published end of November. And again, as we may know, succeeding to an application right, the successor must be 50%. We also did a publication late December, just last month, for lessees that did not file a designation with the department. With respect to successorship of leases, there are certain relatives that need be at least 25%, and specifically the deceased lessee's spouse, child, grandchild, and sibling need only be 25%. So there's a difference between succeeding to an application right and succeeding to a lease.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. And therefore, the plea to have people name their successors so that we can avoid, the families can avoid a lot of this turmoil. Okay, thank you.
Jared, can I just make one more comment? And
Please.
It's really important because, you know, over the years, trying to find out who's transfers and who's cancellations. On page 1 on top, it talks about discussion. That says request for applicate transfers. On page number 2, above number 2, it talks about deceased applicants. Then on page number 7, it talks about successorship. So that's a delineation we never had before. So this is a little more clear on what you're talking about in different areas. So just want to make that note.
No, thank you, Commissioner Menace. Yeah, and thank you for trying to delineate it to make it clear when we're reviewing. Okay. All right, we have public testimony on this item from Robin Keali'i Noho Moku. Yes. Thank you, Robin. Welcome. You're muted.
Aloha, good morning, everyone. Thank you for sharing this topic. This topic actually is something that I brought up myself. I received, so my uncle is Thomas Keali'i Nohomoku. He was on the wait list for the Waimanalo and the greater part of Oahu. He applied to Hawaiian Homestead in 1958 when Hawaii was still a territory. And this was prior to HAR 10-3-8 and definitely before 1998. He died in 1982, and there was a public notice that was published during the time of COVID, which I saw his name. I responded to the department, and after presenting his death certificate, it took a while to get because he passed away in New York, and I received a notice from Nicole Bell that his application, waitlist application, was canceled. In my wanting to send in his death certificate, I was encouraged by the applicant services to submit his death certificate, in thinking that I could, either myself or any of the lineal descendants could apply to his waitlist spot, but that wasn't the fact. And so I am asking if there's any way, any recourse, as Commissioner Kaneakua had mentioned, because I myself am one of those, I'm a beneficiary alongside my siblings and cousins who could take this spot that is unfortunately, I've been told that is not available. And I want clarification on that. If anybody could provide for that. I feel that whether you are on a wait list or any wait list, doesn't matter what year, that we should all have that same right to apply for or to respond to a public notice. And his information and his case was never brought to public notice. And I want to know why.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. We understand this is a contested case hearing, and so we will deal with that during that period when we review the case itself. So thank you, Robin. Anything else? All right, we have a motion to approve the consent agenda, accepting Russell Tyler, who will be removed from D7. Is there any further discussion? There being none, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Nay. Okay, the motion is passed. Thank you, Juan. And we're on to the next.
And I'll wait because the next item is mine as well.
Okay. All right. So we're going to look at item C1, approval of the recommendations of the investigative committee on leaves of absence and the lessee appointed caretaker of the Homestead lots. Presenter will be Juan Garcia, and welcome back.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Item C1 is requesting the commission approve the recommendation as listed and direct the department to implement the following. Number one, draft interim policies and finalize required forms. Number two, seek commission approval of interim policy. Number three, training and communication. Number four, monitor and evaluate. And finally, number five, formal rulemaking.
Okay. We're presenting C1, and do we have a motion to approve?
So move.
Okay, and seconded.
Second.
All right. So it's been moved and seconded. We're open to discussion at this point. Is there any discussion on this? Okay, we have one public testimony from Cora Schnackenberg. And so if Cora, you'd present your testimony, please. Okay. Cora, going twice? 3 times? Okay. There's been a motion by Commissioner Marfell
Chair-
and a second.
Chair, can I just?
Yes.
I hate to see this go without any discussion, because
Okay.
I was on the PIG, several members on the
Yeah.
PIG.
Please,
And,
please.
you know, it's important people understand, for years, there's been no policy. There's been a policy, but it hasn't been a written policy. So we have situations where people, for whatever reason, they either need medical treatment or they go on some kind of a religious, deal where they have to be away for a period of time. So what they do is they can establish a caretaker, and that's what this is all about. Making sure that we have somebody protecting the property, have responsibility for it. And, so basically we went back and forth and tried to get as many things as possible. We looked at some of the things that were going on in the past, different, things that we need to look at for the future. But it gives us, it starts the path towards a administrative rule so that we can add it to our process, a real process for moving forward. And that was the whole reason for this. There were a lot of stuff out there. We weren't sure who's in charge, who's responsible, so on and so forth. Because if there is a problem with the lease, while someone's, say, in Africa, who do we deal with? So I think that was some of the reason for this. We've had situations where people just invited everybody to come to live on an ag lot, and the person is having treatment in the mainland, and it's a total lease violation. So we wanted to make sure that, okay, understand if you're gonna be the caretaker, you understand your responsibilities, the lessee understands their responsibilities. If a caretaker is not doing what they're supposed to do, they can remove the caretaker, put another caretaker in. We just don't want to create problems for our communities where it gets out of hand. And really, that's what this is all about, just trying to formalize a process so that we can move forward. Okay.
Very good.
Thank you.
Commissioner Nevis, thank you very much for explaining it further. I agree. Yeah, we shouldn't just blast through there. So on behalf of you and Commissioner Kinney and Commissioner Marfell, a lot of work goes into these investigative groups, a lot of work on your own personal time to make sure that we establish the rules. So thank you. All right.
Chair, comment?
Okay, so public testimony on this item from Kupua Kamai. Kupua, if you're online, please proceed.
Mahalo. Yes, I did mention that I wanted to testify on
Yes.
this. I was hoping for some statements to be made. Thank you so much, Commissioner Neves, because this is a big issue for our homesteaders, whether it be ag lot or pastoral, but definitely on the residential side, because we need to know who's living next door and whether they have the agency for that lot and whether they have accepted the kuleana for having that lot. We have some vacant homes. We have some abandoned homes. We have some homes that look like they have not been resided in for years. I can think of one for a decade from when I was still in my teens. That lot has been kept up. But as far as looking like somebody's resided there on a daily, weekly basis, I have not noticed that. Of course, it's not on my street. It's on the back street. So I would only notice these things when I'm driving around or when I was in my teens when I used to walk around our homestead. But this is very important because right now I have squatters above on my street. And from speaking with the neighbors, because I wasn't even aware of it, but speaking with the neighbors that are immediately around that home, they had issues. And so they tried to speak to the lessee to try and get the lessee to come home and take their kuleana. They've tried speaking with the department, and the department rightfully tells us that it's the lessee's kuleana. So how do the neighbors find resolution to problems like this? To me, we need you commissioners to help us by creating this policy, because we need it in writing so that we can all understand it. Because sometimes policies, unwritten policies, changes with leadership. And the department is a 99-year, 199-year lease for residences, the department ag and pastoral. So we're permanently here. So we need permanent admin rules that we can see, and as needed, we can modify, improve, or correct. So one of the things when the enforcement unit came out to Waianae Valley Homestead last month to share with us was we're advocating to have contested hearings, because when these MIA lessees fail to fulfill their kuleana, the neighbors are suffering. The community is suffering. So when they accepted that lease, they need to ensure that they are fulfilling it. And when they don't, it's to the department to follow all of your guidelines to help them to fulfill it. And if not, to inform them that perhaps this is not the right decision for them before you have to take negative actions. Because I would hate to have to evict anybody. But if they are not fulfilling their kuleana, whether it be financially or residing in that house or having had a caretaker that is registered with the department, we need to take action. So I appreciate this moment. Mahalo nui.
Thank you, Kupua, and thank you for being active in the community. That helps a lot when people are active and look for a solution. So thank you. Jen Makepa testifying on behalf of C1.
Aloha, good morning. John McKeppa with the Waianae Valley Homestead Community Association. We were informed by our community as part of our community concerns about the squatters in our homestead. And we then informed the enforcement unit. So we want to mahalo the enforcement unit for checking in on the squatters. Without getting into the guts of what it is, we have one specific home, which I think Kapua had also mentioned, that DHHL is taking care of. So we mahalo the enforcement team and the department for taking care of that. I believe if no one is there, then the property should be given to others on the wait list to have that opportunity for a home. Ultimately, we don't want anyone to lose their home, but if no one is there, then it should be a consideration. My question is, if a lessee chooses a caretaker, would the caretaker need to qualify as well with blood quantum? And would they also need to comply with lease rule as a lessee would? And, you know, again, I believe that it's a problem that's not just in our homestead, but in other homesteads across the state. And, you know, having empty homes leads to people who are in there to come and squat in the homes, and then it becomes a problem. A couple of other homes that are in our homestead is a problem, and the enforcement unit and the department is taking care of it. So I want to mahalo for that. But would you have an answer for my two questions?
Well, I think that's part of the process of the rulemaking and the interim policy. So the community will have the opportunity during these public hearings, which is part of the process. We're amending rules. But currently, caretakers that have been approved in the past have not looked specifically at restricting the caretaker based on blood quantum. But surely that if that's what the community wants, or the process ends up being looking at blood quantum, then
I see it as an opportunity for opening up our homesteads to people who may not even qualify at a 25% or even at a 1%. And so, you know, just trying to keep our homestead kanaka.
yeah, again, just to add more information, the committee met several times. We met September once, twice in October, and again in December. And being involved in the discussion, the committee had a very robust discussion on this matter. And there are a lot of concerns, and hopefully the rulemaking process will flush all of those concerns out, which include input from the community. So we're hopeful to, again, take this task seriously and come before the commission with a interim policy for your approval and proceed with the amendment rule process.
Mahalo.
Thank
Chair-
you very
Chair,
much.
if I can add to that.
Please.
You know, one thing we went back and forth on this, we beat our heads to death trying to get something going so we could get some direction. And you know, this commission's not in, we're not in favor of kicking somebody out of their home. But this is another option. If you have somebody that's not in their home, say, okay, you get a caretaker. And the important part of this application process is in the attestation, which basically says, you know, the information's correct. I accept responsibility. The caretaker and the lessee sign off on it. So that's basically, I mean, outside of breaking their arm, that's where we need to be, at least to get started. Now, if you want to talk about blood quantum, that's probably going to come up something later. But, you know, before we had nothing, just said, hey, John's going to take care of my place. Who's John? So now we're actually going to have, we're going to have contacts for each one of them. The lessee and the caretaker understand their responsibility. I think it tightens it up. There's a little more we probably have to do, but it's a start. And it gives that person an option who said, hey, I've got to go get treatment. I'm out of here. Hey, John, take care of my place. John dies, somebody moves in. You know how that goes. But it does give us something And even for the enforcement team, when they meet with the family, say, look, we need a caretaker on this property, or we're gonna have to cancel your lease. It gives them an option. So I think it's a good thing moving forward. We still need to clean it up a little bit, but it gives us something to move forward on.
Yes, thank you.
It would be nice to have the lessee look for a caretaker that may be on the application wait list.
That's the process.
Yeah.
The application would say, I've got to go get medical attention. Here's my caretaker. Here's my caretaker's all this information. And the attestment portion of the application tells them who's responsible for what and what the commitment is. So it's a commitment between your caretaker, the lessee, and the lessee's responsible for their lease. So if they go pick the wrong caretaker, it's really on the lessee.
Yeah, but what I'm saying too is it would be nice if the caretaker looks for someone that is already on the wait list. To
Oh,
be
yeah,
the care,
the
I
wait
mean,
list.
the lessee look for somebody that's already on.
Yeah, and we've,
The wait
I know
list.
in Kauai, we've had people that are on the wait list that, obviously take a little more responsibility. But we never really had all the details. So this is really, it's a working document, but moving in the right direction, hopefully.
Okay, mahalo.
Very good.
Thank you.
Last testifier, Cora Snackenberg, if you're available.
Hi, this is Cora.
Yes.
I just want to say my apology. I've been multitasking. I got work, major mandatory meetings that I need to attend. And so I just wanted to say that I do agree with Commissioner Neves. I think he's right on key. I agree with what he's sharing. At the very beginning, I was trying to get on, but I was on my laptop. But anyway, to cut this thing short, on C1 and 2, I just wanted to go back there and, just to let you folks know that I think there might be a conflict of interest. I don't know, commissioners, you guys know more than me, but I wanted to give two example. And my thought on G1 and 2 had to do with land disposition. And so I just want to say that I feel that there needs to be more investigation. I can give you two example. One regarding the EVA environmental impact, and also the second one was on Maui Kamana. I'm not sure if I'm saying that word correctly, but I do want to just share that when we start looking at land and we start looking at development and we start looking at who's making decisions, I have some major concern, especially when you look at changing residential to ag or ag to residential. So that was my concern. Um, I sorry, my apology if I going off agenda items, but I think you said we on C2, right? Am I?
No, we're on C1 right now.
Oh, I see one. Okay. Well, to me, they're both almost together. So that is my my testimony. I do oppose. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you. All right. There is no more discussion that we can discern. Let us vote.
Chair? Can I make a comment?
Okay, I'm sorry. Commissioner Lasua, please.
Yeah, I'm glad that this policy was set up with the commissioners and the pig. I can give an example. In 1980, when my dad died, and I was living in Washington State, and the homestead was left to me. The homestead, the department gave me 90 days to move home. And that couldn't be done because I had a house, I had a family. So I asked them to give me a year to give me a year notice. And they was good about it. They extended it to a year. And during that year, I had my neighbor check on the house. It's not just one neighbor, but there was a few neighbors who knew my dad. So, and they knew he died. And so they helped me take care of the property while I was gone during that year. So I think what this committee has done, and I thought now this was back in 1980, so I thought that this policy would have been taken care of a long time ago. And I'm just finding out now that this is being done. And I mean, there's nothing to say but support this thing for our beneficiaries. Because trying to find somebody to look after the property when you're gone, especially when you're in the mainland. I'm just glad that my dad and his neighbors were, they got along together. So they was real helpful in coming to check the property. In fact, one of them came over and mowed the lawn all the time. So I just wanted to make that comment and how glad I was that this happened. And I kept in touch with the department to let them know what my situation was. And as we got closer, my wife moved home in September and I moved home in November. So I'm glad that the department has come up with something like this that we can give to our beneficiaries. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. We have a motion to approve the recommendations of the investigative committee on leaves of absence and the lessee appointed caretaker of the homestead lots. So we have a motion and a second. We've concluded our discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, it is passed.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you. All right. Agenda item C2, approval to authorize Department of Hawaiian Homelands to negotiate an agreement to accept a donation of 3.389 acre parcel in Ewa, the island of Oahu, TMK 19-1-181-031. Presenter today.
Good morning, Commissioners. Russell Kaupu, Property Development Agent, Office of the Chair.
Welcome.
I have some guests with us today. I'll let them introduce themselves.
Yes.
Hi, Patty Tankayo.
Sun Ikham, you can just call me Sun.
So, and just for the record and the minutes, first name Sun, S-U-N, and then the second name Ham, H-A-M.
Thank you.
No, thank you. So Commissioners, we're here before you this morning because if you think back to last month, the same folks were here at the table. We presented we did a submittal and requested your approval to allow the department to proceed to negotiate a agreement to accept a donation with conditions of a parcel in Ewa. At the time, in meeting with these folks before our presentation, I discovered that it actually was 2 parcels that they were proposing to donate with conditions. So at the table, at the time, I had proposed to correct that and to add the second parcel. And we were advised by the AG that the proper means of doing that was to come back with proper notice pursuant to sunshine requirements at this meeting for the second parcel. So the submittal before you is identical in substance to what was presented last month, but it identifies a second parcel. This is a 3.389 acre parcel in Ewa. The TMK is listed in the submittal. There's also information from the city and county website if you want to see it, but it is adjacent to the parcel that you approved moving forward on last month. So we're in front of you this month to seek the same approval, basically to extend the approval that you gave us last month to include both parcels, both neighboring TMKs. The submittal also makes a correction. There was a typo in the last submittal in the name of the special purpose entity that the developer would create to proceed with the development. So we've corrected that. That name is Ku'ai Halevai LLC. So I'll open it up for if anybody has questions or comments for these folks.
Okay, any questions for?
No.
before we entertain a motion? Okay,
I have a question. What are the conditions that you just spoke about?
So the donation comes, and the parcels will be subject to, and as explained in the submittal, will be subject to a, commercial lease, from the development entity to, or from the developer to this special purpose entity. The way that we're trying to structure this donation, we're asking that that lease, be set forth with terms that would be of the nature that we would require if we were leasing the property from inception. So lease term, minimum lease term, or maximum lease term of 65 years. There is sublease rent participation. There is the actual rental is set by appraisal, to determine the fair market rate, that we would charge for the rental. But this lease goes into place beforehand, and then we accept the donation of the property subject to that lease. So that's the condition, and I think some of the testifiers last month were testifying that it's not, in their view, it's not a true donation if it's coming with strings attached. But nonetheless, that's why I'm careful to qualify or to characterize it as a donation with conditions. And that's the condition.
okay. So for the purpose of discussion, do I have a motion to approve
Chair.
C2? Yes.
Yes, in the last proposal last month, I voted against this measure and I will continue
Yes.
to vote against this measure as we move forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, so for, just 1 second, please. So for the purpose so that we can discuss C2, do I have a motion to accept? Okay, moved by Commissioner Freitas, second by Commissioner Kalapa. So we have a motion and a second to approve C2. All those in favor say.
You take a straw vote, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The discussion for this. Okay, so we have a motion to approve it with a second. Now we're open to discussion. So the first person registered for testimony was Cora Snackenberg. Did she want to continue or did she finish her testimony? Okay, so while we're waiting, well, Homilani, Scheidel, please.
Aloha.
Aloha.
Aloha, my kako. Oh,
What's this?
I mean, I'm not loud enough. Okay. Aloha, my kako. Mahalo, Vice Chair and Commissioners, for this opportunity to share my mana'o with you today. I'm Homilani Scheidel. I'm a beneficiary and a homestead leader in our Honouliuli Ahupua'a. So my testimony in front of you, and I've listed it in items. So the issue I have with this submittal is that I'm perturbed at the apparent lack of oversight and communication breakdown, requiring a correction, addition of this 3.89 acre and resubmittal to today's agenda. Since this is a separate request for approval, will this be a separate lease or will it for this parcel or be combined into one with last month's parcel?
One lease for the combined, and the square footage I had in my submittal, I think it's
3.389
is the new square footage,
Addition.
yeah.
So when you say one lease, Russell, do you mean that the parcel that was approved last month and the parcel that comes before the commission today probably is going to be approved, will be in one lease or separate leases.
It is anticipated to be one lease to cover both parcels.
Okay, that answers that question. So again, as in last month's submittal and my testimony, want to go over the conditions again, because the word donation still irritates me. Because this is not a donation, it's a negotiation. And it's an exception to policy. And it opens the door for other developers to do the same thing. So I'm going to go over it again. KDI's conditions or KDL's conditions under contract to require this parcel from the Roman Catholic or to, acquire this parcel from the Roman Catholic Church. Then they will lease the parcel to an entity that they formed, which is KHL, to pursue commercial development. My question is, why is KDL's commercial development plan not included as part of the submittal? Crickets. Okay. Then KHL will donate this parcel to DHHL, who becomes the fee owner. Then DHHL, as a fee owner, will turn around and lease back this parcel to KHL.
Okay,
Is that straight?
so Homilani, if you'll go through all of those and then we'll just have a response to each one of your questions.
All right. So the benefit, KHL would not be subject to CNC or City and County of Honolulu zoning restrictions and would be free to pursue their commercial development plan. In essence, our trusts and beneficiaries are being used to circumvent the permitting process to benefit a private developer. DHHL will receive minimum lease rent for this parcel for 65 years. I've been in this room long enough and I've heard many issues come before this commission. And I will tell you that our beneficiaries and our commissioners have advocated for maximum, not minimum, benefits to our trusts, including lease rents. Why is this submittal and 121624 C1 submittal requesting approval for minimum lease rent? DHHL will have free and clear ownership of commercial or non-homesteading development infrastructure on this parcel at the end of 65 years. So my concerns are both the 121624 C1 submittal and today's submittals do not mention an 80-unit Kupuna housing project, which Ms. Tankayo mentioned in her email dated 8/12/24 to Kapolei Homestead presidents. Was this an oversight or an intended omission? Will there be a Kupuna housing project? I would like clarification on DHHL will take on administrative burdens associated with being the owner and ground lessor of the property. The language used here to calls to question, what are administrative burdens? I've not seen this language used in other general lease submittals, which are specific and clear. What are the potential adverse impacts to DHHL, and what are the estimated upfront and ongoing costs? This agenda item and its counterpart from 121624, agenda item C1, is frustrating and distressing because it's putting the cart before the horse, lacks substance and transparency. Disparity. What disturbs me most is the disparity between this request and 121624 agenda item C1, when compared to requirements for Homestead Beneficiary Organizations or HBOs, directly serving beneficiaries to obtain general lease on trust lands that DHHL already manages. All one has to do is review and compare the submittals for today's agenda item G1, C1, and compare it to G1 to see the difference. And I am sure you will reach the same conclusion. I said earlier, my concern is setting precedents that would allow other developers to do the same thing. And in closing, I would like to say mahalo piha to Commissioners Marfel, Commissioners Neves, and Commissioner Lasua for your courage and standing on your own conviction to support beneficiaries' voices on the vote taken last month on agenda item C1. As I looked, as I'm doing now, at each commissioner's eyes, I knew who saw me as an advocate trying only to provide context from a beneficiary's point of view. At 75, perhaps I'm not tuned in to this fast-paced acceleration of doing things. All I'm trying to do is in the best way that I know how, as we say in our kupahu ohana, if you feel something is not right, then you need to show up, stand up, speak up, or shut up. Don't grumble. I look forward to the beneficiary consultation. Mahalo for the opportunity to share my mana'o.
Thank you.
Are there any questions?
No.
No? Thank you.
Okay, Russell, you have an opportunity to explain. No, but yeah, please, so that we might clear up some of the questions that Ms. Shadell has.
So I'll try, I'll address the ones that I was trying to keep some notes, but first was, it would be one lease that would cover both parcels. And again, that lease would be in place before we took the donation of the parcels. So the parcels would come subject to that lease. The lease would be structured or would be set up with terms and that's part of the negotiation that we would go through with this developer, is to make sure that the lease is such that it's of a nature that we could do that lease from inception if we were granting the lease, including the setting of lease rents by appraisal. Why is the lease rent going to be set at a minimum? Because that's the deal that the developer is proposing. We are getting a piece of property which is set for commercial development, but we are not acquiring the property. We are getting it as a donation. Now, it is true that we have the privilege or the authority, if you will, as the Hawaiian Homes Commission and the Department of Hawaiian Homelands. We are not subject to city and county zoning ordinance. So we determine our own land use. That's a benefit. That's a authorization. That's a power that we hold within the department. And part of my task from the chair is to figure out how to use that to our best advantage to generate resources and opportunities for our homesteads. So yes, we are using that authority, that power to attract a developer to donate a valuable piece of property to us without costs. But I'm forcing them to pay me lease rent for 65 years. In the normal negotiation, the donor would say, Why am I giving you property and then having to pay you lease rent during that period? After 65 years or the term of the lease, you're going to get it free and clear, and you're going to get it without restrictions, without the restriction of this lease. So why is it set at the minimum? Because that's the minimum that's the most, or as the maximum rent or the minimum rent we would accept would be upon appraisal, because that's the deal that we need to come to with the developer to get them to make this donation to us. Do I hope that this sets a precedence and sets a opportunity that we could potentially work with other developers who want to donate property to us so that we may receive lease rents during the term of their lease, and then ultimately receive the property free and clear at the end of the lease term? Yes, I do hope that that is the case. Again, that is what I've been tasked to do here at the department. One of many things. The other one I remember is the use of the property for Kupuna housing. So it is correct that the developers, and I'm going to let them speak to it in a minute, they have proposed to do Kupuna housing on this property. They made that proposal through a series of community meetings or homestead meetings with homestead associations, because they were going through the process of trying to garner the support of the homestead associations that are most directly or would be most directly affected by their development. It is the community benefits requirement that we would require as part of our transaction. They would have to formally go out and document these meetings and come to an agreement with the associations. Typically, the department doesn't participate directly in those meetings and those discussions. That's a matter between the developer and the associations. But this developer has kind of in advance, before coming to the department and proposing the donation, gone out to the associations and tried to sell their project and the benefits that they could provide. Part of that package of benefits is this development of Kupuna housing. So why is it not in the submittal that I made this month and last month? It's because that is part of the community benefits package that is discussed. That requirement is discussed in the submittal, but the substance of that is really between the developer and the associations, what they want to come up with as Kupuna housing. I, as the eventual landlord, I want to see maximized rental income, rental revenue. And part of my rental stream is participating in sublease rents. I do not know if Kupuna housing is the highest and best use for a parcel from an income producing perspective. But I do support it as a mission or as a programmatic piece of this overall transaction and this lease. But again, the specifics of that are part of this community benefits package that this developer has kind of jumped the gun and started talking about with the associations. So I'm gonna let Patty and Son maybe discuss what they envision as their Kupuna housing component, but mindful of our time requirements, Commissioner. So if you could give them a few minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, initially, that's what we came up with, but after talking to some of the homestead associations, they would prefer to have a Kupuna project closer to them rather than having a project, outside of Kapolei, which is the closest homestead association. So at the moment it's out, but I'm always open to go back to the community again, say, you guys want this? And we can try and put it in. Anything else?
Yeah, I mean, the same thing, as he said, we are looking at it, what is more beneficial for DHHL? If it's more beneficial to give more monetary support, or is it better to provide Kupuna housing? That's something we are open to the discussion. And also, I just wanna add one more thing. I think I mean I've been doing some DHHL projects, and I know how difficult it is for DHHL to acquire the land and actually get all the zonings approval, entitlements, and pay for the land, and also pay for the infrastructures to acquire a piece of land. I think this is really a case where DHHL can put minimum efforts and really benefits the maximum from the transaction. So I truly believe that this will really benefit not only the developers, but really for DHHL with the minimum efforts and bring something good for the beneficiaries.
Thank you. Do you have anything to add? We're gonna go to testimony.
Thank you.
Okay. First testifier, Kupuna Kamai. If you're online, Kupuna.
Aloha. Okay, mahalo. Patty, I do want to commend you for your ingenuity of looking for ways to better the departments, DHHL and us beneficiaries. Unfortunately, I still am challenged with some of the methods in which you apply. And so I just have a couple little questions, and I do definitely agree with Homelani. And so it's been explained why we're going for the minimum, but commissioners, who is in control? Is it the landowner? Is it the developer? Or is it the department? I think we need to make that determination because this should be negotiated. They're talking about minimum lease rent because they own the land, but they're also going to benefit from it too. And that's why it's a negotiated arrangement. It's not really a donated. But we have to bear in mind that you have control. You don't have to agree to everything that the developer and the landowner has presented. Is that really to our benefit? To look for the minimum and to allow the 65 years and to, sometimes you envision a community a certain way, but then as things evolve, it doesn't happen. Take for instance, the Eva Beach, the lagoon that was never developed the way that the developers had promised, and all of those homeowners had made the purchase based upon those promises. So it's important that we get these things in writing. And until Kapolei KCDC or Kapolei Homesteads have an idea of what they want, I think it's important for us to put something as a placeholder. Last month, the owner had
We can't hear you at this point, Kupuna.
Kalamai. And so apparently that's changed. But I think we need a placeholder to ensure that that second lot is going to be utilized for the purposes of those beneficiaries, for the purposes of the department. And then again, looking for consistency. What we do for one, are we consistent with doing it for the others? As Homelani mentioned, when you compare the C1, what we're setting up for them, and G1, what we've set up for them? Is there parity in that? And yes, I recognize that there will be some differences because of what people are doing and how they're doing it, but it seems that the commissioners have, and the department, especially the department, because the commissioners, they come and go. But the department has set a high bar, a high standard for associations and for beneficiaries to utilize our own lands and to engage in serving our communities. But that bar needs to be applied to non-beneficiaries. If anyone should have a higher bar, it should be the non-beneficiaries, not us, for which Prince Kuhio had all of these lands set aside for us. So let's look at the parity and the equality in that. Let me see. Yeah. I'm not sure if tax credits still apply, if that's something that the department still is able to transfer or to exchange. But I don't see any mention of that, so I would hate to see that being added in the future when it wasn't part of the original documented proposal. Yeah, so I guess if you could answer that later on, Russell, any information on tax credits, because back in the day when Jeff Stone, he was wanting to exchange tax credits for his so-called donation of Makaha lands, which was subsequently didn't happen. So where are we at with tax credits, and are we also utilizing those? And yeah, I want to thank you, and I especially want to thank Homelani for all of the research that she does and recognizing her as a true beneficiary asset. I'll speak for myself. I may not be as correct or as on point that she is, but I am striving to get closer to it. So mahalo nui.
Thank you, Kupuna. Next testifier, Jermaine Myers.
Aloha, Chair. Can you hear me? Wait.
Yes.
Okay. Mahalo. Aloha, Chair. Sorry, my video, can I turn off my video? It's not working really well with my internet connection. Chair, thank you for allowing me to testify. My name is Jermaine Myers. I'm a Nanakuli Hawaiian Homestead lessee. My concern about this agenda item is that administrative law regarding donation of lands with conditions, there's none. There are administrative laws and DOI rules that regarding transfers of land. For example, the city transferring our Eva Drum with Verona Village. So the requirement is that beneficiary consultation happens before the commission takes action. That's before, not after. So in this case, the commission is asking to be taking action as if you're accepting donation before the beneficiaries are being consulted and pushed into accepting the donation. So no beneficiary consultation regarding the general lease of 65 years, no regional plan spoke of this parcel and received input from the beneficiaries. Also, the senators and representatives, our legislatures need to know that DHHL is now accepting donations that are being offered to the DHHL with conditions to benefit the developer, not the lessees, not the waitlisters, other than a benefits package, which I heard earlier. Do you guys want more money? I agree, this is not a donation. This is a land transfer to bypass the city DPP rules and zoning for private land owners. Why not accept the donation from Roman Catholic Church, who is the current landowner, so that the church can build a church on the ag and residential designated land? You see, the church is looking for opportunities in order to do like a co-cathedral out on the west side. They bought a parcel in Kapolei, but now that parcel might be too small or too far relocated from the Eva. So centrally located, since this is a benefits package for Kapolei homesteaders, then why not the Roman Catholic Church? I'm an actual Catholic. Why not we take that land, the 19 acres of land, donate it to DHHL, have DHHL change the zoning so that the church can put a co-cathedral and schools, which is one of its aspirations, to shut down St. Jude Church in Makakilo and build a co-cathedral with a school, with a community room, etc. This parcel of land, if the Roman Catholic Church knew that all they had to do is donate it, because just like the revocable permits that turn into ROEs that are now turning back into revocable permits, they happen for a long time and it's an automatic process with DHHL that you just renew. You don't ask if there's cows on the land. You don't take a aerial shot with a drone to show that there are cows on the land. You just assume that when the staff tells you there's cows on the land, there's cows on the land. So yes, other developers can do the same if they know the chair or the commissioner, which is the case with this situation. We all know Patty from the community. We all know Cully from the community. He's been a long-time developer for Native Hawaiians. But now there seems to be a private developer with a for-profit in mind, not a nonprofit, that is now taking the lead on trying to bypass the city DPP and zoning rules by dumping it into DHHL with a lease that is for minimal rent. And then no rules and process are being honored except the 65-year lease rent is using a commission-approved template for rent. In regards to the Kupuna housing, Luna Lilo Trust, which has been what the chairman and which Ms. Tankayo have been saying, are the ones that will handle the Kupuna housing. They're given this facade like they're an Ali'i trust. An Ali'i trust can actually have money and land that can take care of the people, the Native Hawaiian people. In the case of Luna Lilo Trust, they had one time owned 400,000 acres of land statewide, including what parts of Waikiki and all prime lands in all islands in the state. Unfortunately, they sold 300,995 acres of their land and now only have 5 acres on Luna Lilo homes in Hawaii Kai. Now with this 5 acres in 1997, because we're on Kupuna housing, they changed to a non-Hawaiians. So they couldn't even fill up 42 beds with Hawaiians in Hawaii Kai. They changed it from 1997, so that's 3 decades ago. They changed it to serving non-Hawaiians, but yet we're being told that Luna Lilo Trust, we can trust them, that they are a nonprofit that actually the DHHL staff should go do their research and bring before the commission that Luna Lilo Trust actually has to take donations and GIA grants from the state in order to run their operation, serving non-Hawaiians and Hawaiians. So I just wanted to make that clear, and I see Commissioner Walter is giving me the sign that I'm probably time up. So I'm gonna respect that time up, but I hope that you take my testimony with weight and do some more research and check with our legislators if they also support, and the beneficiaries if they also support conditional donations. Ke akua pu, God bless all of you.
Thank you, Ms. Myers. Next testifier, Wendy Canayo Pio Crespo.
Hello, commissioners. I'm Eva Lunny. Wendy's here. We're the Kaupea board. We both signed up, so we figured that we come here together so that we can shorten the time. But mahalo chair and mahalo commissioners. Thank you for giving us this time to speak on C2 regarding the donation of parcel. As the Kaupea president, I support that because last year, Patty did come to the community, and Auntie Homie, I know that she spoke, you know, and I'm not sure if she's speaking as KCDC or as herself, but for me, KCDC represents for Homestead. Today, CalPEA represents itself. And I want to make sure and clear that CalPEA, even though we work together as KCDC, the views of each homestead are very different. And I'm here to support Patty and what they have done because they have come to the community. And I'm not sure if you guys are aware that Chair Cully Watson, Wendy and I were able to meet him Friday because the 9-acre parcel, you folks want to do 60 homes. Back in 2014, we did a survey. There was a low-income housing that we shut down because we didn't want low-income housing. That was promised to us back in 2007 that we would have a community center and park. And I will be able to share more of that in our J agenda. But the alternative for us to get a community center and park, we came up, our community and our board with Kupuna Housing. So if that may not be something that you guys are aware of, because all this time, from Micah Kane to Kalana to Alapaki to Joby and Bill Isla, we was always promised a community center and park. That is part of our self-governance and determination. And the support of what they're doing in the donation of land is something that, to me, yes, there is developers. And we all know what it takes to develop with communities. And that is the first time in my 18 years of being a homesteader that any contractor or developer put us at the seat of the table. We are always given something and it says, okay, this is what you get. That's it. It's at the end. Today, I think this precedent of what's happening is able to hear the HBAs, Homestead Benefit Associations, that have a seat at the table with people that are going to develop our community. I walk my community, Wendy and I. So when I speak, I don't just speak of what I want or my 6-member board. I walk my community. And it takes signatures, 2.5 hours for just 50 signatures because I explain and I talk to them about it. So from CalPEA, as a president, you know, I support it because I can see the things we have. We need Kupuna housing, we need single family housing, we need commercial, industrial. And for me, this parcel represents us in Kapolei. So I want to ensure that when I speak, I see possibilities, you know, for us. It's, I'm not here to go ahead and come against any project or any benefit to a beneficiary. As a leader, I'm here to help. What Prince Kuhil's legacy is to get us on the wait list, to be self-sustainable and self-determination. And this is an opportunity for us. You know, I support Auntie Homie and what she says, but also I need to support what our community has asked me as the president. And I support it because I can see the needs of what we're having in our community. And the regional planning in Kapolei was one for the Kupuna housing. So yes, I've seen Patty did that, but we didn't know that the department was just gonna go and say, you know what, no community center and park. That's something that, you know, is important to us because it allows us to gather cultural preservations and all of that. And the opportunity for this parcel is also for us to have a benefit package. And that benefit package is, if you ever seen like how Nanakuli does Christmas on the app, we have our 2nd annual Kaupea Kalikimaka. And because of that benefit package that we have from the mall, we're able to go and gather our people. So to me, things like this help to build the capacity and help us to do the things that we find beneficial for our community. So I stand here today to say that I support it. She has met with us and she has met with my community. I walk my community and asking them, what do you think? And we all need, we can't do things without money, but also we still want to preserve the things that we have. And there's many needs that us on the wait list need, or even us in our community. So when I look at what's being proposed today, I see the benefit, and the precedence to me is set by the community leaders at itself that can stand and sit beyond just the department and the commissioner, but with the developers. We all need to sit and talk. And I think that, you know, when I see that opportunity for that donation to develop, that's an opportunity for us to develop too, as a Homestead Benefit Association, as well as us as a community. So this is what I would like to share with you. Wendy, anything that you have to say? Wendy is my secretary, but Wendy and I have, you know, like I said, we have met with Cully. We have talked with him about our proposal. He did tell us he wants to, you know,
He mentioned that he wanted to build kupuna housing in other areas and not necessarily on that 9-acre parcel, which is what we had proposed to him. While we agreed that, you know, what he wanted to do was build it closer to medical facilities so that kupuna can age in place. And while we agree with that is a necessary thing, but there's, you know, there's also a community of active kupuna, you know, kupuna age is considered 55, you know, and not all 55 to 70-year-olds have medical conditions that require them to be next to a facility. You know, it could also require, you know, could also mean having a pickleball court or a swimming pool or a fitness center. You know, I'm 58 years old. I don't have any medical issues, you know? So I'm active, I'm out there playing pickleball and, you know, going to the beach and staying active and healthy. So I wouldn't need to live in a kupuna facility or a kupuna housing that is necessarily next to a medical facility. You know, so these are things that need to be taken into consideration in regards to kupuna and, you know, whether it's active kupuna or having kupuna that have to age in place.
Okay.
Yes, so thank you for hearing us, and you know, in behalf of Calpea Homestead Association, we are in support of C2. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you. We finished our testimony, and the discussion is complete. Commissioner Nevis.
Thank you, Chair. So, so Russell, on the document itself, it says under, your first paragraph, under B is conduct beneficiary consultation on the planned non-homes development of the property. Has that been done yet by the department?
No, and it's because we need to get this approval first, and part of the process is, as noted last month, once we negotiate an agreement, we need to bring it back to you for approval. So that would be the time for all the folks who have concerns about the economics of the deal and that kind of thing to express their opinions. But until I know we have, we're considering taking a donation of the property and allowing it for commercial development per the developer's plan, I don't have anything to push out to.
Understand.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure
Beneficiary-
that the beneficiary consultation be conducted by the department.
Yes.
And is that just for an area beneficiary consultation? How does that work? Maybe Andrew can answer.
Yeah, I don't.
Andrew, can you answer that for us, please? Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, Andrew's getting caught unaware because he wasn't.
That's okay. We all
prepped
get
for
caught
today.
unaware,
Yeah.
but that's what we're here for.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, can you repeat the question?
Yeah, it states in this document that there'll be, conduct beneficiary consultation on the plan, non-homestead development of the property. How would that be conducted by your department?
Typically for regional-based developments, we would consult with beneficiaries in the region. Region probably be a Kapolei Homestead area. We would probably, based on the interest in the public testimony, probably extend it to a larger area, including the Leeward Coast, because of the interest expressed by beneficiaries on this testimony. It would be very it would be a different type of beneficiary consultation, and we would have to think about what we're actually consulting beneficiaries on, since decisions certain decisions will have been made by the commission that lock the action and implementation going forward. So we would have to think about the type of consultation we would be conducting with beneficiaries so that we uphold the trust that beneficiaries have in the department's consultation process, that we're not just going out for rubber stamp, but we're actually going out there to listen to them.
Yeah, so some of my concern is that, you know, to go out to beneficiary consultation, you have to know what you're dealing with. And right now you would only be dealing with an agreement, but we don't know what the design process is. For instance, if it's Kupuna housing, you know, Kupunas on the entire island should be available to put in for that Kupuna housing, if there's Kupuna housing. Is that correct? I mean, that shouldn't be restricted to a specific area.
Again, we would have to think about how we approach the consultation based on an action that the commission may or may not have approved. If approved, then we would have to work within the parameters of what the commission approved.
Okay, thank you. And then one more question is on page 2, on C2, it says DHHL would take administrative burdens associated with being the owner and ground lessor of the property, but you know, also benefit the revenue stream. What burdens are we talking about, Russell?
The normal burdens of being the landlord and owner of the property, so it needs to be managed, and you need to collect rent, you need to make sure they're complying with the lease requirements.
So we would do all the rent collecting and so on and so forth, and we'd split profits. Is that how it works, or are they doing the rent collecting? And
No, I'm sorry. We would be monitoring the primary lease, the general lease to the developer entity. The
Okay,
developer entity goes and does their development, has subtenants, commercial subtenants, and collects rent. That's all their kuleana.
right.
We don't do that. We just monitor and enforce the general lease that we have with
But will we get
Hale-
revenue off, will we get
Huai
revenue off
Hale
those
Vai
leases? We get
LLC.
revenue off those leases?
We will get revenue off those
So there's
leases.
some kind of a split.
There's a policy at the department that commercial leases have, that we participate in sublease rentals. That's part of the submittal.
So the administrative burden, is that gonna put a burden on our staff? Are we're gonna need more staff for this process?
No, but
This is a little bit different than what we've done in the past.
it is different, except that we do have a number of commercial leases that we currently administer, and differing levels of success in keeping up with the requirements of that. But LMD is building its capacity, and it does have the ability to go out and engage third-party consultants to help in that effort. So do I anticipate that that LMD will need to staff up to administer this program? No. Will it be an additional burden? Yes, it will. They'll have to add it to, I don't know what the list is now, but
To your list of duties.
maybe 60 commercial leases that they're currently
Yep.
administering.
So the 19 acres that was approved last month by the commission, that was originally ag land, is that correct? Agricultural?
It's the zoning is split. I think it's agricultural and R5. Thank you. I also want to mention, Commissioner, since you're reading, the first part of the submittal, including the requirement for the developer to go, or for us to go through beneficiary consultation. There's also the requirement, as was the case with last month's submittal, that they have to go through and comply with the requirements of Chapter 343. There was some testimony about how different how we're treating the developer differently than the G1 item on your agenda. So I was looking at that. That's the Waiahuli Hawaiian Homestead project. It appears, and I'm not familiar with the specifics of that, but it appears that they're going through final environmental assessment. So they need to get a finding of no significant impact. That's the kind of work that's required by Chapter 343. So this project would have to go through, if that's required of this project, we'd have to go through that same process, and this developer would pick up the burden and the expense of doing that. So I don't think there's disparate treatment of developers. Now, the underlying projects may be night and day different. There might be, certain of our commercial endeavors, we're looking to generate maximum amount of income so that we can put it into our account so that we can support the side of the trust that does the home building and homestead awards. Other of our leases have both economic and program goals. We want to do, we talked about Kupuna housing this morning. So if we wanted to add that to this lease, it may affect the economics. We may be foregoing some of the economic return on a property for program goals. That's a good thing. I suspect that the Waiahuli matter, and I don't know specifically, but it probably has a lot of those program type requirements. But it's not that we're treating developers differently because they have some insider track or knowledge of a particular commissioner or otherwise.
Yeah, that wasn't my question.
Yeah. Thank you.
So, so my concern is that, when you say you're bringing in a revenue stream, then that revenue money is used for what I consider areas that are not in spirit of the act. Spirit of the act was, Prince Kuio said, I need to put my people on the soil, not on a wait list. I need to put them on the soil. When you talk about Kupuna housing, although I realize it's needed, I get concerned. We talk about LIHTC funding for Kupuna housing, that under the current program, under the state, that federal covers 15 years of compliance and then state covers 30 years. So that gives you 45 years of compliance. When you write out a 65-year lease, after the 45 years of compliance, those rates can go to market rate unless they get another LIHTC funding, which are very difficult to get. So there's two things we need to do. If we're going to do LIHTC funding, which I'm concerned about, is we lower the developer agreement to 45 years, or we go to the state and say, give us another 20 years and we're good for 65 years. Because we will take on the burden as Hawaiian Homes after 45 years for this project, because you're going to end up with Kupuna housing that's going to go to market rate. That's straight from HHFDC. So that issue, I've asked many times about, that has to be fixed. That's a problem if we're going to do HHFDC financing on this.
And the department is working on a few projects that are considering LIHTC financing. This is not one of them. I haven't heard about tax credit financing to be applied to this development. It may be, but we haven't even gotten to the point of
Well, I think
negotiating that with
the
the
original
developer.
proposal, there was something there. I think it had LIHTC, and I'm not sure,
Okay.
but I think it was. But anyway, I'm still opposed to this. I think it doesn't put people on the land. That's just my position. I just don't think it works towards what the spirit of the act is. I understand it brings revenue, but there's no guarantee that revenue is going to go towards putting people on our land, because we don't control that revenue specifically to put people on our land. It goes into a general pot. Somewhere down the road, we decide, okay, we're going to take that money and build another rental outfit. We're all going to be in rentals for the next 50 years. I got to think about the future beyond my time, what's going to happen with all of our Native Hawaiians. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So let me take advantage of sitting here. Because we've been all over the place with this. And so Russell, I would like you to just summarize what it is that we're voting for. C1 from last month has already been approved, given that there were objections to that during the vote. This particular request for approval adds basically 3.3 acres, and it requests the authorization to negotiate an agreement, which once it's done with the conditions set forth in the recommendation, the negotiated agreement has to come back to Hawaiian Homes Commission for approval.
Yes,
Is that correct?
that is correct.
Okay. So that, all right, Makai first and then Michael after.
As far as what you guys bring back, the beneficiary consultation will play a big role in that as well too, right? The benefits package, what they really want, how they want to see this thing come to fruition.
Yes. That's why we have to come back, because the consultation process wouldn't be meaningful unless the commission had an opportunity to comment on the project once that has been conducted. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Commissioner Kaliki.
Yeah, so Russell, with respect to the negotiations, I would appreciate it if what's included is the amount of investment that's going to be involved in this project. Also like to see the financials. Is 65 years enough to recoup and get a fair return, or is that too many years? So something of an analysis from that perspective. And I still wanna, so I think what will be also of interest for me is what the value, once this development is, if it's done, what would be the value of that be? And then is that what the HHL gets after whatever the years amount we negotiate? And then also the aspect of once this property parcels are donated, is that in the HHL land inventory? So if that is included, that would be helpful for my understanding of the next steps.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other commissioners?
Just one more quick, the sublease portion of it. That's gonna increase as we progress through with this thing, right? After the benefit set of consultation done, everything's done. If it is a goal, that sublease part out, that we take a portion of that revenue. That increases as time goes on too as well, right?
That increases as the terms of those subleases go forward, and they typically have customary step-ups and reopenings in their sublease rental. It's no different than what is in place at Kamakanali, where we have our base rent, if you will, and then we have participation in the sublease rents.
Okay. Coey. Okay, and we're getting close on this, so after you're done, Coey, we're gonna take a vote.
There's so much things going on. And the one thing that I want to say is how it's written here is donation. So the first step of a donation is from who to who? Who's donating this property? I'm just asking, I don't understand who's donating this property. Is it the Roman Catholic Church? Who is donating this property? Okay, so they're donating the property. So once it becomes an inventory, because it's a separate property that they're going to put together. So that's another thing that to me is got to be in the discussion before we start talking about deals and everything that goes on. We have to put it into the inventory of the HHC, right? I just want to be clear about that. Okay.
All right.
So thank
Good.
you so much.
Thank you. Okay. We're gonna take a roll call vote on this one because we know that there are lots of opinions about this. Before we do that, I want to make sure that all this discussion that we've had does not go to naught. And so Patty, Sun, Russell, you've heard a lot of discussion from commissioners and from people who are testifying. And I know what, yes, sir.
Can we go into executive session on this? I'm just asking.
Okay, you need executive session for what purpose?
To consult with your AG, that's
Yes.
the typical reason.
So, and
just so that I can shed some light on, on a decision. So I'd like to consult again with the AG, go into the executive session on this,
okay, do we need to go into an executive for
I'm
that?
asking.
I'd like that, we need to ask the AG if it's appropriate to go into executive
I'm
session.
asking.
Yeah, that's what we're asking. I don't know.
So if your question requires legal advice, then yes, you can go into executive session on this matter.
Is that what you're asking for?
Yeah.
Okay, that does. Commissioner Kalippa is asked to go into executive session for legal advice. So the commission will convene in an executive session pursuant to section 92-5A4 HRS to consult with its attorneys on questions and issues pertaining to the commission's powers, duties, privileges, immunities, and liabilities.
Need a vote?
And so we need a motion, which Commissioner Kalippa, and we need a second from Commissioner Freitas. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. All right, we are going to adjourn for executive session. And in addition to that, we're going to stay with the timetable. We will adjourn for lunch and return afterwards, approximately an hour. Okay, we are adjourned for executive session.
Commission is reconvening from its executive session. The commission discussed its powers, duties, and liabilities related to item C2 and land donation. I'll let Walter proceed on this one.
Yes, sir. Chair, while in your absence, the commission deliberated. What we have currently is item C2 on the table. There's a motion to accept, a second. There's been about 2 hours of discussion to include an executive session, looking at our responsibilities. One of the things that emerges from a lot of the discussion is a strong recommendation that we have a PIG. Should this motion pass, so that we can ensure that under one of the provisions of the proposal, we have DHHL input, very strong input, so that a PIG could go ahead and take a look to make sure that the consultations and any outstanding concerns of the commissioners are addressed. So at this point, we close the discussions. Having heard testimony, all of the commissioners have voiced opinions. And now we have the motion on the table and a call for the question.
Okay, and that's fine, and I appreciate the discussion. I was not here, so I'm not going to participate in the vote, as well as recuse myself from this particular action item. So we proceed, I guess we'll do a roll call for this one.
Yes.
Aye.
Yes. Aye.
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 Oh, sorry. And Commissioner Nevis.
Aye.
8 ayes, the motion carried.
Okay, and I will also be appointing a PIG for this, okay, as requested. Let's see. Okay, first agenda item F1, approval of annual renewal of right of entry permits and conversion to revocable permits. RE number 599, Partner Ranch, West Hawaii Island, RE 600, 511, and 527. Okay.
Aloha and good afternoon, Commissioner. Haole makahiki to all the commissioners. For the interest of time, Chair, I'd like to ask that we move to items F5 and 6 because Cooley needs to catch a flight back home. I just didn't want to go overboard with that. So with that being said, is that okay?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay, we'll hold off on F1. Moving to F5, approval to issue pastoral right of entry permit to Hulu Ranch and Farm for security and stewardship, Humuula, Hawaii Island.
Thank you again, Commissioners. Again, the submittal F5 is asking that the Hawaiian Homes Commission approve of a 1-year right of entry permit to Hulu Ranch and Farm as a permittee for pastoral use and assisting DHHL in securing the premises against trespass and the management of remaining livestock of illegal occupants. The issuance and right of entry will be subject to the following conditions as listed below. I also have Kuli Kamara, who's our land agent on the Big Island for the natural resources. If you have any questions, Kuli, you can take it.
Aloha Chair and Commission. Thank you so much for your time. Kuli Kamara, land, a property development agent for LMD on Hawaii Island. Just for some background. So thanks so much for the enforcement division. So coming up to Hawaii Island and helping DHHL to serve a writ to an illegal occupant on DHHL lands. This person was there long-standing, occupying nearly 3,500 acres with his cattle. In October and November, so again, so the assistance of the enforcement division and also the OCH coming up. So we've removed the party. So DHHL has removed the party from our Ainamona lands, and now to to keep the party off of the lands and to deal with the remaining cattle on the land. We are enlisting we're hoping to have the assistance of some Humu'ula beneficiaries, pastoral leases in Humu'ula, in helping us to secure those lands and to deal with the trespassing cattle. So I understand, yes, I know it's kind of a complex issue, so I'm here to answer any questions.
Not a question, just a comment. First of all, to the enforcement team, thank you guys for going through this undertaking. I know we've talked about it for a while. I know we have kind of condensed with time too, so I can't really go into how detailed and dangerous this process was. And talking to some of the old timers up there, referring to the individuals who was up there squatting, you know, it was a rough undertaking. So that this accomplishment is huge. And also it's a really big deal moving forward on those lands. Just real quick, you guys are dealing with the Kaniho family, right?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. I know we talked a lot about it at the Anamana Legacy meeting up in Mauna Kea. Thanks again to you, Andrew, and Lily for putting all that together. I think this is a great idea. Putting beneficiaries who are to that area, who understand that area, who have been raised up there, understand what it takes to be successful up there. I think it's a great idea, brother. So just want to say thank you for everything and my support moving forward. Absolutely.
Thank you so much, Commissioner.
Anybody else? Yeah, I'd like to echo that. Having kind of gone up there and see the resources that kind of came together, and David Hoke and his team, as well as enforcement, as well as Kuli and staff, was very, I guess historically the can has been kicked down the road long enough. And so by this initiative, we hope to open up lands for our homesteaders. When you got a trespasser up there that's making threats, not only to people around there, but including to staff, that's very, very unacceptable. And so it could have been a dangerous situation. And I think the show of force had an effect on this particular individual, but it's not over yet. And that was just the first phase. Now, by kind of on an interim basis, having somebody to manage, we can get more serious about preparing the subsistence pastoral lots, as well as the community pastures. I've been talking to others regarding maybe expanding our acreage there. But more importantly, and I've always said this, our inventory shouldn't be in the department's hands. It should be in our beneficiaries' hands. And this is one step in moving it forward, but we have to give them something that is safe, something that is going to be nurtured, and a certain amount of guidance of people, by people that are not only homesteaders, but are very familiar with the lands. Water is a real big issue. They know water, how we could expand it and make it more usable. So I think it's an exciting time. I don't know when the department last made any awards regarding pastoral lots, but we're going to start moving forward on this particular Humu'ula, as well as, in the South Point, Ka'u, and others. So it's an exciting time, but it's an area that, it really is important that we work with the guys that know the area. And Kuli, I gotta say that, you've done an outstanding job too. I know to a certain extent you're into preservation, but it's good you made a little bit of a pivot. Now you can appreciate more of the homesteading side of it. That's important. That's real important. Gorse is a problem, and it's going to be there forever, I think. So we're going to attack it a certain way, but I don't want that to be our focus. We need to get the lands out. So good job, both you and David's crew. Okay, let's see. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second? Okay. Any discussion? Oh, we do have a public testimony. Cora Znackenberg.
Okay. Commissioner, aloha, Chair. I don't know what's wrong, but can you hear me?
Yes, could you speak up a little bit louder though, please?
Okay. So, I think I missed, is this item F6 or F5?
F5.
Okay, so yeah, my testimony is, Chair, I'm a little bit confused because F5 and F6, are they the same? Are we talking about the same parcel?
Oh, sorry. So the item on the lands so item 007 is a very large parcel. And part of it is in F5 and another part of it, in F6, we're hoping to accept, USDA grant funding on the same parcel, but a significantly different area. I believe that parcel is 19,000 acres.
My only concern, Chair, is that being a beneficiary, right? Trying to really understand the process. And I didn't know, I mean, we could have, maybe a presentation would have been nice, to see what areas he was talking about. The other thing is, I agree with you, Chair, that, the wait listers that is on the wait list, the beneficiary, sorry, that's on the wait list is awesome. I mean, we want to put them on the land. On the other side, on F6, you talk about MOA between the DLNR and all these other stakeholders. I'm a little bit confused on how we can put our people on the land on one saying one thing, and then we have all these stakeholders with an MOA. So it's kind of confusing because we're talking about a portion of the on the similar parcel that is also on F6. So F5 and F6 share almost the same parcel. Anyway, this is not good. The way it's being presented is not good. As a beneficiary and all these stakeholders, there's always benefiting someone else other than just the beneficiaries. That's my manao. Thank you.
Sure. Can I just, my understanding, I have the same issue when I looked at it, it had two same TMKs. One TMK is for right of entry to take care of all the illegal folks there, which I agree.
Yes.
The second right of entry is to enter a negotiation to get funding, federal funding. That's what that's for. So it's not like they're gonna take ownership. It's just to get us some federal funding, their access so they could get federal funding for fencing and so on and so forth. Is that correct?
So F6 is for a memorandum of understanding to accept funds. It's not a right of entry.
Yes.
There will be a component where there's going to be some verification of the work done in F6, but it's not a right of entry.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Joe.
Any other questions? Okay.
Thank you for your clarification.
Okay, is there a motion?
So moved.
We already,
Second.
oh, we already have one. Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you,
Okay,
Commissioners. Item number F6. LMB is requesting approval to negotiate and enter into a MOA with DLNR to accept USDA landowner assistance funds in Humula Island, Hawaii, TMKs as listed in the submittal. Cody, you can take it away.
Aloha again. I'm Chair and Commissioners, Kwili, Land Management Division, Property Development Agent. And yeah, Chair, so here, I brought it back to the conservation and preservation stuff again, but so DLNR approached us. So DLNR administers USDA, U.S. Department of Agricultural Forest Service landowner assistance funds. So USDA offers funds for people doing natural resource management in Hawaii and administers it through the Department of Land and Natural Resources. They approached us on putting together a scope of work to receive funds. The lowest hanging fruit for this type of funds is tree planting. And for this particular, for this particular grant, there's no matching funds. So basically they're purchasing trees and paying for the labor to put them in, on 3 areas that we have that have already been committed in our Ainamana Legacy Program, for preservation, and conservation type uses, because of their habitat value. Part of it is critical habitat. Yeah, so it's basically to accept you, MOU, sorry, to enter into a MOU, with terms and conditions, related to the funds. And, right now it's planned that the DHHL will receive $1.5 million, for this effort.
Sure. There's no matching funds, so that's a nice situation. Huh?
Yeah, no matching funds.
Okay, any specific questions? Mr.
Just-
Freitas?
Just, thanks again for going through this process. We've had discussions about the water source too, right? And to circle back to F5, another reason that the undertaking of what our enforcement team accomplished is so important is because that wild cattle was slowly getting into the conservation area, which could potentially affect the water source.
Oh, yeah.
And that water source, you're talking about potential Red Hill kind of consequence, maybe not level, but some severe consequences, because that water source feeds the whole Hamakua coast as well as down to Hilo as well too, right? So these two are kind of tied together, these two components. So thanks again. And, getting the cattle out of there and doing the restoration projects, I think helps, multitude of ways. So thanks again, Bruno.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second? Okay, it's been moved in second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carried.
Mahalo, Commissioners. Going back now to
Okay,
F1.
thank you. Cool.
F1 is seeking approval to annual renewal of right of entry permits and conversions to revocable permits, right of entry 599 issued to Parker Ranch, West Hawaii, right of entry 600 Kennard Hicks, right of entry 511 to Robert D. Lyman, and right of entry 527 to Waianae Valley Farm in West Oahu Island. I also have Ashley Cabono, one of the land agents that works with us for the west side.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning. Is there any question from Ashley or Burns?
I just have a question, Chair.
Commissioner Nevis?
Yes, so Connie, just on the Robert Lyman property and the Waianae Valley Farm property, did our E-team do a full report on that?
They went out with staff and took some pictures, and I believe they spoke to I'm not sure, I forget who they spoke to. Just remember who you spoke to. Oh, you did a report.
Do we have a copy of that report? So it's not in the submittal though.
The pictures are listed there.
I guess I'm more concerned about what they found on the property, because there's been, for years, there've been rumors about parties and homes built and so on and so forth. So just want to confirm that.
I can get the report if they submitted it. I just put the pictures and the property inspection report that we usually put in there.
Yeah, some of these are real difficult to, okay, I've got Lyman there. They show a caretaker living on the property. On the report here.
Hang on.
And number 5, it shows a house. Quonset huts. The Quonset huts, I understand, but there's a house on the property.
Yeah.
I guess my question is, are there people living on the property?
For both Lyman Ranch as well as Nanakuli Ranch, there is a caretaker that's living on site.
Okay,
Yes.
so we just approved the caretaker process. Hopefully we'll go through the proper paperwork for the caretaker to fill out. That was approved earlier today through PIG last month. There's
The
a
one that
process
you
now.
approved earlier today is for
Homestead.
homesteads.
Homestead.
Yeah, we still,
so
it's a
this-
caretaker. What are we gonna do for caretaker? We have to do another caretaker
For the right of
for
entry.
for
Yeah.
the right of entry.
We can take a look at that, but I think more importantly, those particular parcels, we're looking at,
Yeah.
homesteading disposition is
Right.
really an interim.
Okay.
You know, we're talking about a lot of acreage, especially on this island.
Oh, yeah.
So one of the things I want to do, and we're going to move forward on, is look at, you know, how we could actually convert that to homesteading. You know, it's been like this for too long.
Yeah.
So we're picking up a consultant to do an analysis, and we're going to be moving forward on that. I think that's the more important thing.
Yeah.
The
very good.
caretaker is really to keep the, we don't want a wildfire with trespass.
Oh, yeah, no, I understand,
Yeah,
Perfect.
so we are recommending extending and renewal for the 12 months, so give us time to plan and
Okay.
for
Very
the,
good.
yeah.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we have a couple testifiers, Charlene, Maria.
We also have one of the permittees that is
Kennard
present.
Hicks.
Kennard
Kennard
Hicks.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's listed. Kennard?
Aloha.
Aloha.
So aloha mai kako, Chairman. It's been many years since we got to talk. Thank you and commissioners. I'm here today because there was a complaint against me for one not being, sorry for not being Native Hawaiian.
Yeah, just speaking to the mic, please. Thank
Okay,
you.
so there was a complaint that I was a Native Hawaiian. I am a leasee. I do have an award. I reside on the property where we farm. Oh, just a moment. Would you mind? Sorry, I'm just seeing the other side. Here I have some pictures that when we first started on the land to the present time. I just wanted you to have a view of what we do and what we have been doing for over the years. Train my children. My oldest is still there. He's still farming. He's 38 years old. We've been farming. I've been farming over 40 years now. We've taught many youths in our community, hundreds of students. The last students we had were from Nanakuli High School. We do outreaches to help our community. So I'm not here to complain, but just thank all of you for what you've done. For my family. I'm so blessed by all of you. I want to thank God first, but thank you so much for helping me and my family. I have no complaints, really nothing. And even for Mrs. Myers, that made the report. I wish God bless her too. Thank you so much. I hope you enjoy the pictures that we put together, my wife put together. I enjoy what I do. I love farming. I have a passion for it. When we did sign up to get ag lots, there was a criteria. I need to have 2 years of experience. So I went out and I got it. And by the time I got to get ag lots, it wasn't required anymore. So I hope maybe because with the Department of Ag to borrow money, you need 2 years of experience. So possibly maybe the new farmers coming up, and I know there's many, let them get some experience. So we can have much more, many more great victories for all our people. So again, thank you so much for blessing me, and God bless you all. It's a hard job what you do. I've been watching you folks. Thank you again. God bless you all.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's see, next testifier, Jermaine Myers.
Aloha, Commissioners. My name is Jermaine Myers. I'm a Nanakuli Hawaiian Homestead lessee. And in regards to the F1 agenda item, my concern again is that the wait list for Oahu residential is over 4,000 people long. 4,000 Native Hawaiians are waiting on the residential list. In addition, on the ag wait list, we have over 4,100, I'm sorry, ag wait list. We have over 1,000 on the ag wait list on Oahu. And so my concern is that in 1999, the Hawaiian Homes Commission adopted an ag moratorium on Oahu that they would not award any ag land on Oahu since the residential list was very long, but the land was very little. And then in 2013, the Hawaiian Homes Commission adopted a subsistence ag homestead lease program. This new type of lease program is a subsistence ag land lease on Oahu that allows for up to 3 acres for small ag awards, nothing bigger than 3 acres, and that the lessees are required to cultivate their lots with plants and or animals, and lessees can construct a house on the lot. So my concern is that when we have these long wait lists, for example, Kennard Hicks, he did just speak, and he's got 6 acres in 2009, which was during the moratorium on ag being awarded on Oahu. In 2013 is when the Hawaiian Homes Commission adopted the moratorium subsistence ag homestead lots on Oahu, which 3 acres, but he has 6 acres. So my concern is that when there was a moratorium, nobody could get off the wait list and get a parcel of land. He went through the ROE process or revocable permit process in 2009 and got 6 more acres of land at $20 a month per acre. And yet everybody else is on the wait list. So that's what I'm advocating for. I don't have money exchanging in my pockets. I don't sit on the neighborhood board or come to the Hawaiian Homes Commission meetings in order for a special interest to get a special type of arrangement for my own self or for a group that I'm involved with. I come to advocate that the rules are followed by one and all. What applies to one should apply to all. There shouldn't be any kind of special interests or special individuals that can bypass the list, or a pilot program can be created or a PIG can be created so that rules can be amended or adjusted so that individuals with special interests or special favors can get something different that the rest of us can't. Because again, when we go to the legislature, we say, we've got this long wait list. But when you come to the Hawaiian Homes Commission meeting, you see the list is bypassed and the rules are bypassed. So that's my concern. Ke akuapu, God bless all of you.
Okay, thank you. We have one more testifier, Charlene Maria. Okay. Okay, you, come on, go ahead.
All right. Aloha. Iman, Kalaya Manaole, Co-Manager Ho'omanapono LLC, Native Hawaiian Advocacy Corporation operating on the Waianae Coast. So I'd like to continue to my support with Lyman Ranch. And the reason I support that, even though the time might be that phase will end, is that right now we get cattle that is being raised there. That's our cattle. And it comes and it gets slaughtered in Kalaeloa on the west side, and then gets packaged and sent back to places like Nanakuli High School, Nanakuli High and Intermediate School, Waianae High and Intermediate School, because the Governor Ige and the DOE made a contract to provide fresh beef to the schools. So our kids are being fed by our own products that's raised right there in the neighborhood. So that's why I support them. But I like pivot to the property by where Kennard Hicks stay. Where he stay get 6 acres, but right behind him, there's another 45.42 acres. And that's on Hawaiian homelands. And there is no lease for anybody over there. But yet, if you can look at the satellite, there's still somebody still harvesting and growing stuff over there. And I like to know who get that, because that's valuable land over there. And in front of that, right next down where Hicks Road is, there's a 1/2 acre lot that's also Hawaiian homelands. That is like on gateway to that 45 acre lot. All I like to know is who get the lease for that, and how come it's not showing up on the database, so we can figure out who actually profiting off of that lot. That should be that should be coming to us, you see 'em. So this is
Yeah.
right there, right, and this is the 45. The TMK.
Would you guys,
Yeah.
change it?
Yeah, okay, so I just wanted to bring that to the attention, who get that, because should be leases to be able to get that. Aloha.
We'll check it out. Thank you for the info. Any other, is that it? Okay, we have a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. It's been moved and second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed,
Thank you.
motion carried.
Item number F2, LMD seeking approval to issue new license to City and County of Honolulu for Kupuna Park, Nanakuli Island of Oahu. Again, we have Ashley Tabalno here to go through it or answer any questions that you guys might have. And we also have Christine Ching. I'm not sure if she's on. Is there any Christine Ching? Well, she's from the city and county anyway. Questions?
Ashley, maybe just for the sake of the audience, if you can briefly summarize what this is about.
Sure, it's for a license approval to the city and county for a 30-year term, and they will be installing a playground apparatus in the course of, I think it's within 5 years, I believe. And yeah, it's there in the Nanakuli neighborhood or Nanakuli area.
We have a couple witnesses, Jan Makepa.
Aloha Chair Watson and Commissioners, Jan Makepa with the Waianae Valley Homestead Community Association. I sit here before you in two capacities on the topic of agendized item F2 for the approval of a new license for Kupuna Park with the City and County Parks and Recreation. One capacity for the association and those who support our decision, and one for our residents who choose to agree to disagree. Both valid, both very important. As Pelikikena, I speak on behalf of both as I represent them all. With a vote of 5-1 from our association board and support from several residents, the Waianae Valley Homestead Community Association supports the new license to the City and County Parks and Recreation for Kupuna Park. There are multiple obvious reasons for the support, such as maintenance, utility costs, liability, etc. Our support is with the hope of moving our park forward with planning that started 23 years ago in 2002 with the Kupuna Neighborhood Park Master Plan, and in keeping with the spirit of recreational facilities expressed in the Waianae Sustainable Community Plan. 13 key items were to be done in phases as part of the master plan. However, only 3 have been completed. Funds were allocated over the years, but never used. Someone dropped the ball. Who? I don't know. My goal is moving us forward. With that being said, monies for planning and design have been allocated. Our association is engaging to ensure we don't drop the ball. And it means working with the city and county and pushing for more funding for construction. The funding we currently have tells us that we need to be prudent in what we want at this moment. And what we want is a playground apparatus for our keiki. Our playground has been non-existent for over 10 years. Within that time, Waianae District Park has had a new playground, and Poka'ibe has had a new playground apparatus and then replaced with a newer one. Our little Kanaka deserve to have one too. Now, in the capacity of those residents who do not support the new license, I speak on this topic because these residents deserve a voice in this forum as well. In October of 2024, the request for a beneficiary consultation by the city and county was submitted on this topic, but was canceled for whatever reason. And now, here we are with the request for the commission to approve. A beneficiary consultation is crucial in the process and should be required protocol for every project across the Pai'aina that affects our homesteads. Listening to the voices of our Kanaka is important, whether it is in support or not, if they have concerns or not, every voice counts. A beneficiary consultation would have allowed for a farther reaching audience and an open forum for our Waianae Valley community to kuka with the city and the department. Our residents who do not support this want a park we can literally call ours, a park that can be used as an economic sustainable hub. The more the department supports these types of sustainable programs, not just in our homestead, but all homesteads, the more we can take care of ourselves instead of asking the department to take care of us. Our residents have a dream for Kaupuni Park. We may not have it structured, but the end result is still the same. Tomorrow I'll be following up with more information on the 23-year-old plans for Kaupuni. If Waianae Valley Homestead Community Association is supporting the city and county, we'll be actively engaging the powers that be to finish the other 10 items on the Kaupuni Neighborhood Park Master Plan. We mahalo Waianae Neighborhood Board Parks Ocean Safety Chair Kale Wilbur, and also Joe Jordan, who has been with the master plan since its creation, for the kokua, the kako'o, and guidance as we holomoa. On a closing note, my vote as the board Pelekikena was based on my leadership and what is in the best interest with the information we gathered that would benefit our community's needs right now. And that right now, our keiki need their playground. However, as a private resident, I know we are not ready to carry this kuleana, but I would agree to disagree because my wish to an extent is to see our homestead be independent in and of itself. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. Let's see, we have some other testifiers. Lokana Kilikoa Pua.
Aloha Chair, aloha Commissioners, haole makahiki ho. O Lokana Keli Ikoa Pua ko o inoa, maka ho'opulapula o Waianae Valley. I'm here today to support the new license for Kaupuni Park. I was part of that process when we had Ivan Laikupu. Even before Ivan Laikupu, our record goes far back when John DeSoto was in office, councilman, when our mother, Jermaine Keli Ikoa, who was president at the time, had this vision for our park. It didn't come into fruition until recently, where things started to develop, and still yet not really what we had planned originally. But time as it may be, things that may have happened, we are here today. And so for today, we have been in the rears as far as our park not being developed. And many others have been. Our keiki have been deprived. Our community has been deprived. But we continue to thrive in where we're at and what we want to envision for our keiki, our kupuna, our makua, and our opio. And in this thriving, it's the process that we have to go through and all of the bureaucratic things that happen. But we're asking that you continue to renew this license. But without it, we cannot handle the kuleana that is before us, but one day we shall. One day we shall. In our regional plan, we've had dreams and we've had it all mapped out to include a community center so that things could happen, economic development that'll help our community to thrive. We have Aina Ike, which is a parcel that we have been recently given and that we are still in that process. And that is part of the process that we'll learn from, that we'll be able to encompass and handle more capacity. But with this, we ask the department to help us. There's a lot of things, even though we're an old homestead, we've got new people and we've got a wonderful Pelikikina like Jan, who's got her hands in everything. Our sewer development, there's so much that she's been doing for our people, our beneficiaries, the present and the future. So today we come before you, asking that you renew this license with the city and county, that our community can continue to thrive. We have had so many events. We've been used as emergency. You know, when there's a lot of things that happen in our park. With every park, that should be the heartbeat of the community. But we need to give our people hope that we are doing things for them. This apparatus, this playground is something that has been in the back burner for a long time. Will you help us to envision that? Will you help us to make it happen? Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next testifier, Kapua Kalikoa Kamai.
Aloha.
Aloha.
Welcome today, Chair.
Right.
O wau kapua kili I koa kamai, no ka aina ho o pula pula ka awawa wainai mai au. Kanaha kuma lima makahiki. As my sister just stated, a lot of the history. Every community should deserve a park, should have a park. Just like Kaupea, like how they have asked for their park. It took a while for us to get the land to look like a park. And then it took a bit longer for the park to actually have a good semblance of a park. We have our pavilion, which unfortunately continues to get vandalized and such. And even our park has been one that has cost the county some money. And it's unfortunate that there are people around that no matter where they are, they will be destructive. But that doesn't take away from the fact of the community that lives there and the surrounding community people that utilize that park. We have so many teams that come to utilize that park. If it were bigger, it would still be used to its capacity. Like has already been mentioned, it's been in our regional plans. We have had monies that have been allocated, but unfortunately, it never came to fruition. And when you're working with the city and county, who we want to work with, who we want to be the lessee of that park, because we, and neither the department has the funds to keep that park functional. And that's what we need, a functional place. And the parks and recs of the city and county of Honolulu is the perfect people to do it. Now, we dream of a time when we can be like Papakolea and where we can manage and operate our own community park. We do not have that capacity, yet we do have homesteaders that have that desire, and that takes a while. So I'm just encouraging you to approve this new lease, this new license for us to have a continued park existence. And Linda, it's in Waianae. We're not in Nanakuli. So just for that clarification as well. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. Is there a motion?
Sure. I just have a comment.
Commissioner Neves?
So, I'm in favor of this motion, but, I guess my concern is in the master plan, as Janet had mentioned, there are other items that were requested to be done. Do we have a list of those items? Do you know where those items are at and whose responsibility is for completing those items? Because we give it we give it the county for 30 years, which obviously the community is looking for, but they have control of it for 30 years. So no guarantee any of these other items are going to be done. What commitment can we make to the community that we can at least fund these, or in concert with the county to provide maybe some split funds to get some of these other things done? Just a question to the department.
That's a good question. As far as that goes, we can engage with the county and see what can be accomplished in that time and within a certain time, and report back to the beneficiaries.
Yeah.
And see what we can do to move forward. As far as funding, we have to engage with them and see what, what can be
Okay, I'd
provided.
just like to have, if we can, Chair, we have a budget meeting coming up in June, maybe look at some discretionary funds we can put in there. Maybe assist the Waianae Association, if you don't have a nonprofit, maybe assist you with forming a nonprofit so you can get some grant funds and coordinate with the county, get some of these, this is, as you might say, this is peanuts over the many years that you've had the park. And, we cry for our keikis, and that's where we go first. But there's many other things we want. How do we get that done? Don't kick the can down the road for 30 years and say, Tutu, what did you leave me? Because now I'm starting all over. So there's got to be some collaboration with the county, and the department needs to have some kind of funding, discretionary funding. And maybe in the June is advocate for what kind of funding we need and what are your priorities, so we could sort of attack those right away. Yeah.
Thank you so much. And I'm not sure if our president, Jan, had mentioned, but at this present time, there is $100,000 that's currently allocated to our park. I mean, we've had over $1 million allocated. We've tried working with our Parks and Recs, our neighborhood board, with our councilwoman, and yet things have happened to where contracts have slid, contractors have fallen out, the timeline has been passed. I mean, there's all kinds of reasons for it to not happen that's beyond our control. On the other side, we have to be more diligent and more active in working with them. So we do have a more committed group of people that will be staying on it, but your assistance in helping us to get our play apparatus, I think that Jan mentioned, now would be greatly appreciated, because I think right now that's maybe planning and design with a small, simple one. But since we have waited so long, because as has been shared at our meeting, Ho'oka'i, the parks, the city and county has replaced their play apparatus twice. At Kalani Ole Beach Park, their play apparatus has been replaced twice. We have had nothing in all of that time. So yes, thank you for the question.
Sure. Thank you, Chair.
And again, Commissioner, just to press upon the item number 6, that licensee shall collaborate with the Waianae Valley Association, which is Auntie Jan Makepa guys.
Very good.
In bringing these items up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay, is there a motion? Oh, another testifier, Pat Cavaiola.
Hello, Michael Cole. Can you hear me, Mr. Chair?
Yes, we can.
I would, if I could, just to give some context to working with any county. There's only 4 counties anyway, but and I would thank Ms. Chin and Mr. Albino, because similarly in Kyoka, the oldest community here on the Big Island, Hualani Park is a licensee of Hawaiian homelands. We're in the middle of Kyoka, the Pico. And I want to thank the both of them, because several years ago, it was written in the license, when the license were renewed, that certain things needed to be done by the county, And I think if I'm not mistaken, they may be able to clarify, but things were written in there that allowed the community, along with the county and with the DHHL, that they would provide certain items for the community. And I think one of the concepts was that we became, as Commissioner Nevis talked about, we created a nonprofit so that grants monies were coming to just through the community as the pass through to the county of Hawaii, so that playground could be built, new equipment for football, baseball, basketball, volleyball could be done within that complex that the county now operates. So it is not a novel idea, but it's not a new idea either, where the license, a good communications could be done with your land managers, with the license to say, this is what this community would love to see there at, in this case, Kapuni Park, because I definitely don't want to see those lands that were set aside for a park to now be used for kauhali for the homeless people. With due respect, again, I think our lands again are being misused for there's other state land they can go put kauhalis on, but do not continue to use our lands when our people are crying for those lands. Again, thank you very much for allowing me an opportunity to make some kind of input. Aloha.
Okay, thank you. Next testifier, Ivalani McBrayer.
Hello, Chair and Commissioners. I sit here today as a CalPEO president and in support of approval to issue new license City and County of Honolulu Department of Parks and Recreation for Kaupuni Park. As a president, we don't have a community center or a park, and I see how important it is. And as I listen to the Waianae Valley, I understand its need and the leadership that they have done and what they have done for the park tells us as a growing community in Kapolei, in Kaupea, how important it is, because part of that as a board I see is part of us to continue for our self-governance, our self-determination, culture preservation, and community engagement. And as I look at these leaders, I think 23 years, I've been here in Kaupea for 18 years, and we still don't have a park and a community center that was promised to us. So I can see how important it is to the current Waianae Valley Board and as well as this community. And just like Kaupea, there will always be mixed viewpoints of what they think is best. But as a president, you have to make that decision. And I am just here to support the community and, approval of that park, because we all know that park and community center, you cannot do housing without having community center and park. It's part of who we are as Kanakas, it's our piko. And you cannot separate the piko from the body. And so I'm here today to just support that. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. Jermaine Myers.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Doreen Myers. I'm a Nanakuli Hawaiian Homestead lessee. I'm in support of this action item. And the reason why I'm in support is because Waianae Valley does not have an economic engine to support upkeeping a park. So when they receive the park, they're not located in Kapolei, where KCDC can get a benefits package from anything that's going on Hawaiian homelands in the area. So they don't have benefits package. They also don't have something like Nanakuli Village. Is Nanakuli Village Nanakuli Association with the revenue from Nanakuli Village, are they going to help with that park or help with the cemetery, Nanakuli Cemetery? That thing doesn't happen. Waianae Valley homesteaders do not have any economic engine until they recently received the ROE for the solar and the crematory. But to have the amount of capacity that Nanakuli Village has or KCD has with the benefits packages that are popping up here and there on the different lands that are being used in Kapolei, Waianae Valley doesn't have that opportunity. So they don't have the monetary capacity to take care of the park. That's why I support this agenda item for the city to continue upkeeping the park. But I also support what Uncle Pat said. Do not put Kauhale on the park. Do not put Kauhale on DHHL lands. But I do appreciate that Chair Cully came to our neighborhood board and did confirm to our community and our board members that no Kauhale would be put on DHHL lands on Oahu or statewide. So I appreciate it. Ke Kuapu, God bless all of you.
Is there a motion?
So move.
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, motion carried. Thank you. Val.
Item number F3.
F3.
Okay, item number F3, the LMD is seeking the recommended motion that the Hawaiian Homes Commission grant its approval to issue a non-exclusive right of entry permit to Ahonui Homestead Association for approximately 397.4 acres, more or less, of Hawaiian homelands located in Walapu'e, Molokai Island. TMK is listed in the submittal for the purpose of stewardship and caretaking, project planning, and community engagement. With me, I have Shelley Carrera, land agent. We also have, should have online Dickie Stone, who's president of Ahonui Homestead Association, and Cora Schnackenberg, who's a board member. Who? No, that's the next one. Yeah. So F3, just Dickie Stone and Cora Schnackenberg. Okay. We'll see.
Aloha, Chair and Commissioners. I'm Shelley Carrera, land agent. So just to briefly summarize, Ahonui Homestead Association submitted their land use requests for 6 scattered lots within the Ualapu'e region on Molokai for the purpose of stewardship. These parcels are also noted in the regional priority project for the Ualapu'e settlement plan. So this access is to augment work that's needed for the plan development, but basically it's not for implementation purposes. It's for stewardship, further community engagement as necessary. So within the packet, I also have information related to the master planning, the beneficiary consultation process that was held for the regional plan for this regional priority project. As well as letters of support.
Anything else?
Or have anything?
Yeah, there's Cora Schnackenberg.
Yeah.
So it looks like Vicky's.
So if they have anything to add, or if commissioners have any questions for the individuals from Ahonui, Dickie Stone and Cora Schnackenberg regarding this request.
Aloha, Chair, this is Cora Schnackenberg. Just for respect, I'll have our president go ahead and speak to you, address you folks first. Mahalo.
Thank you.
Aloha.
Hello.
Chair and commissioners. My name is Dickinson Maumale Stone. I'm the president of Ahonui, and I'm here in support of this ROE. There's a lot of things that were put in that application, and but we're excited if this thing is passed. We have a starting point that is nearby the road that will be beneficial for the Kupunas. Yeah, shoots. I'm just thankful that we're at this stage right here. And sorry, not much of a public speaker, but I just want to say thank you to Andrew, G70, for all their hard work, you know, and Shelly too. Thank you.
Any comments? Okay, if not, is there a motion?
So move.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried.
Mahalo, Commissioners. Item number F4, last one. LMD is seeking the recommended motion and action that the Hawaiian Homes Commission grant its approval to issue a 20-year general lease to County of Maui Department of Public Works to use approximately 3.11 acres or 135,540 square feet of Hawaiian homelands located in Honokowai, Lahaina, Maui Island, further identified by the TMK as listed and shown under Exhibit A for the purpose of base yard for equipment storage to support Lahaina recovery efforts and other critical county functions. Authorize the issuance of general lease to lessee covering subject area under the terms and conditions cited below, which are by this reference incorporated herein and further subject to the following as listed there.
To the county, yeah.
Yes.
Any other comments? Archie, got any questions?
No, I'm in total support.
Okay.
Chair,
Yes.
just for
So now-
clarification and for the audience, what is the base rent, Kahana?
What would the base rent be? 20.
I see it on number 5.
Base rent, yeah,
Yeah.
$7,825. That's a monthly fee. Yeah.
You know, this,
Mahalo.
Yeah.
you know, this parcel, is it the paid parking in the back?
Yeah. Going on the house, yeah.
Which was previously used for parking for the
Correct.
hotel, right?
Yes, hotel employees.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What would you say the base rate was again?
Item number 5, page 2, top.
Oh, okay, 7,800, 7,825.
Any other questions?
good.
Okay, if not, entertain a motion.
So move. Second.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried.
Mahalo.
Mahalo, Commissioners.
Okay, the next agenda item, G1. Declare finding no significant impact for the Waiahuli Economic Development Opportunity Project regarding assessment for the Waiahuli, Ahupua'a, Makawao, Maui. Andrew Choi. And Bobby Hall.
Aloha Commissioners, Andrew Choi, Planning Program Manager. Item G1, the recommended motion action is that the Hawaiian Homes Commission issue a finding of no significant impact declaration based on the final environmental assessment for the Waiahuli Hawaiian Homestead Association's Economic Development Opportunity Project, otherwise known as We Do, Makawao, Maui, and the TMK numbers for the location are listed in the action submittal. Today, I have Mr. Bobby Hall representing the Waiahuli Hawaiian Homestead Association and their consultants, PBR Hawaii, that will walk you through the submittal, the progress made to date on the project, and a summary of the final environmental assessment.
Aloha Commissioners, good afternoon, Happy New Year. Bobby Hall, I am a principal at Pueo Development, also have been working with Waiahuli Hawaiian Homestead for the past 12 to 15 years. Joining me in our presentation remotely will be Katie Coulson from PBR Hawaii, who's helped us to organize and lead the EA for presentation today. Waiahuli's initiative is called We Do. I mentioned the parties during the presentation on the introduction. We can go to the next slide. This agenda today, we'll be talking a little bit about Waihuli's background, We Do's background, the conceptual planning for the initiative We Do, and then focus on the final environmental assessment, all the steps that were taken in bringing it to the commission today for FONSI consideration, as well as the final environmental review and the next steps. I think I just covered that, the purpose of the presentation. Basically, I want to give you a quick overview of We Do and obtain your feedback on the final environmental assessment and provide an update on the environmental review. Waihuli was established back in 1999, initial homesteaders. In their mission statement, what's broadly expressed is their support to better the lives of Native Hawaiians in conjunction with the Department of Hawaiian Homelands. In 2005, it pursued and received its 501c3 so that it could enhance the community work that they were doing with a focus on their community. In 2007, they received the initial 5-acre disposition of land within the Waiahuli community from the Department of Hawaiian Homelands for community use. This was later increased by another 12 acres for a total of 17 acres, which they now manage and which resides their community facilities. Waiahuli has participated in the regional planning for Keokea Waiahuli, including identification of priority projects, which is for water and community centers. I'll continue with the background, I believe. Okay. Why We Do. The Homestead organization, like many other Homestead organizations, were facing real crisis with their families having to relocate off of Homestead to move to the mainland to work. They, wanted to take it upon themselves to figure out some sort of economic engine that could prevent that and keep families home. Waiahuli is one of the associations that participated in the department's Kulia Ikanu'u program back in the early 2000s. And they learned a lot from that. They learned about land dispositions. They learned how to leverage. They learned how to basically, manage the properties for themselves for economic development benefits. Waiahuli, like many other homestead organizations, embraces the principles of self-reliance and sustainability. Today, Waiahuli stands on the shoulders of other associations that has completed what we're doing right now, including Nanakuli, including here in Kapolei, including Laepua 2020, who all manage property through their community association. In November of 2018, the Waiahuli Leadership Group got together to initiate the Waiahuli Economic Development Opportunities, or We Do. The We Do background basically involves the land disposition process that Hawaiian Homes has established and created for homestead organization to take down land for economic development reasons. In 2018, we issued a request to start that process with DHHL. We conducted the necessary beneficiary consultations in 2019 up at the Kula Community Center. In 2019, the department also issued, excuse me, a right of entry permit to allow Waiahuli to do due diligence on approximately 150 acres. In July of 2021, Waiahuli advocated and received consideration from the state legislature for a special purpose revenue bond to help finance improvements on property should they were unable to get it. In June 2022, Waiahuli began its first presentation to DHHL administration about its vision for We Do. In September 2022, we did a presentation to the commission in Lahaina on what We Do can do for Waiahuli. Next slide. In 2023, a little over a year ago, Waiahuli was granted the issuance of a 65-year general lease by this commission for the We Do initiative. Right after that, we began the process for the draft environmental assessment. We did pre-consultations. Technical studies were gathered, as with all EAs. There was a challenging time to do environmental assessments on Maui. Most of the vendors were all tied up with the wildfire recovery, and the cost of those services were a little bit more than normally budgeted for at that time. In October of 2024, we did a presentation in Hilo of a draft environmental assessment, sent it out for public comment in November of 2024, received those public comments, and put together the final environmental assessment review for your full consideration today. Again, the intent of We Do is to create long and short-term economic opportunities derived from development. So Waiahuli intends to follow the land uses that are approved through this EA to develop the 150 acres in conjunction and collaboration with development partners who know the business. Waiahuli's expectation out of this partnership is for jobs for their community, small businesses that they can latch on to, and any other type of economic development that can be extracted from the work of development itself. Waiahuli has had experience in building facilities with their own community park facilities. They've learned how to leverage on a small scale with general contractors. They provide their own sweat equity to turn $1 into $3 of improvement. And through a private partner relationship with my entity, Pueo Development, we are able and we have aligned professionals and different type of partners who are involved with development on a normal scale to come in and help mentor, train, teach, and allow Waiahuli to reach their vision for We Do. I think I'm passing this off to Katie now, who will cover the conceptual portion.
Aloha, Commissioners, Chair, and community. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Aloha, my name is Katie Cullison. I'm a planner, consultant with PBR Hawaii. And as Bobby Hall said, our role is to just provide technical assistance and support to Pueo and the Waiahuli community to meet the conditions of their right of entry through the approval of an environmental assessment and a finding of no significant impact. So that's where we are today. So the slides that we're showing you, we have shown in previous presentations. This is an early conceptual drawing that the community, Bobby, brought to us at the beginning, just visioning the potential economic development opportunities on 150 acres in the Waiahuli community. That's November 2018. And then on the next slide, you can see how we work together to evolve that the schematic, a few labels on a map into a concept plan, which we've shared with you in prior meetings, and then took that vision and dream and started applying some site assessment to the ideas and the concept by looking at old archaeological reports, trying to better understand the water availability needs, the geology and topography of the land, and so forth. And that all of that culminated into a conceptual plan. And then you can move ahead to the next slide. And I think this just reiterates that. Perfect. This is the conceptual plan that came out of that process. And you can see it's laid out to include some roadways servicing different land uses within the Waiahuli We Do community with more intensive uses near the Mauka side, upper elevations of the property, and reducing in intensity at the lower extent of the land, which would be on the left-hand side of your screen. And I think you can move on to the next slide. What I wanted to share with this slide is just what we use to as our basis for the environmental assessment. We wanted to consider a most extreme, well, not extreme, best and highest use of the land in considering the potential impacts. So when we communicated with the civil engineer that Bobby brought to the team, we wanted him to evaluate at, this many residential units, Kupuna housing, economic development uses, so that we were looking at potential, best, most intensive use case scenario. So that's how we, based our assumptions for the environmental assessment. And then I think you can go to the next slide. Again, just the assumptions that we put into the EA so that we had something for all the consultants to evaluate and sink their teeth into. It includes single-family homes, multifamily residential, kupuna housing, hopefully a healthcare center, cultural center, community development lands, agricultural development centers, solar farm, conservation uses. There are some stands of wheelie wheelie on the property, native dryland forest restoration, and some greenway trails alongside the gulches in the property. So I think you can move on to the next slide. And then this is just like a visualization of all of that coming together, kind of a vision board, if you will, of the potential land uses and what that can look like in pictures. The final, go ahead, you can go to the next slide. So we made it through the draft EA, as Bobby noted. We got some comments from sister and partner agencies, and wanted to just touch on a few of those highlights. Here again is the timeline for the EA process with the pre-consultation beginning last 2 years ago, November 2023, and hopefully publishing the final EA next month with your blessing. And you can go on to the next slide. This is just a list of the technical consultants that contributed to the environmental assessment work. It was a combination of a lot of Maui consultants whenever we could support their economy, as is sort of the philosophy of this project as a whole. Comments for the draft environmental assessment listed here. We got a number from state agencies and one from DEM, County of Maui. And I'm just going to touch on a couple of comments. Several of these were pretty standard, but we wanted to note that there were comments from the CWRM, the Commission on Water Resource Management, that gave us some of their standard comments in terms of coordination, and wanted to just comment that goes without saying that there will be coordination on water issues on Maui. And we also took a little deeper dive in the final EA on water availability for both agricultural and residential uses. So I just wanted to note that we included some additional information on water in the final EA. And you can go to the next slide. This slide articulates kind of the additional clarifications that we made as it relates to water. There is a sustainable yield of 11 million gallons daily from the aquifer. And as you probably know, there is an on-site test well that's been on property for some years. That is hoped to be utilized. Private water system anticipated for domestic use, irrigation, and fire protection. And then under the preliminary engineering recommendations from Tanaka Civil Engineers on Maui is installation of a new well with pump, storage tank, place to hold the water, and then installation of water lines to transmit the water to the property. The calculations based on the aquifer yield indicates that there is adequate water supply to meet the maximum water demand that we tasked the civil engineers with evaluating. And then you can go on to, they provided a full build out water schematic. You can take a look at that if you'd like to take a deeper dive in the environmental assessment. And then I think, the Seaworm also asked about the potential for non-potable water demand if agricultural uses were developed rather than the full build out scenario. So we just did a little exercise as it relates to non-potable water demand. If you took the 42 acres of land that was suggested or evaluated at residential development and converted that, say, to ag uses, and using the County of Maui water estimating tools, you would estimate at 5,000 gallons per acre. You would require 210 gallons of non-potable water a day. And so that's just an additional calculation that we included in the final EA if the land was to be developed with ag instead of residential uses. I think you can move on to the next slide. And then we got a few comments from the DOT related to transportation, mostly agreeing with the transportation improvements that were suggested and planned in the application. They did suggest that we include some additional energy efficiency measures in the planning process, in the overall plan, use of energy efficient technologies and practices, low emission materials, and design the streets in such a way that it encourages multimodal use. So that has the multiple benefits for developing more healthy communities and reducing emissions if people choose to walk or bike through the neighborhood rather than jumping in their cars to make short trips between each other's homes. So we, in the final EA, just updated it to ensure and acknowledge and commit to using Complete Streets design standards to encourage walking and safe movement around the community, and connecting, the high nodes of use with pedestrian and bicycle facilities. We have time for, if we have time for question and answers, we can open it up, and then here's our timeline. As I said, with your blessing, we're looking to submit the final EA next month. I think that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, any questions? Okay. No? Any questions? There's some exciting stuff, man.
Just gotta live long enough.
Okay, kind of late in the afternoon.
Sorry.
Okay, let's see where we go from there. Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried.
Mahalo, commissioners. All of everybody
Okay.
before us.
Thanks, Bobby. Hang in there, man. One of these years, we'll get this thing done.
Thanks, Bob.
Okay, next item. G2.
Aloha Commissioners, item G2, the recommended motion action is that the Hawaiian Homes Commission approve the proposed nominee, Dr. Jonathan Likeke Shoyer, as the Hawaiian Homes Commission representative on the East Maui Regional Community Board. With me today, I have Shri Ka'anana, the department's water program specialist, who will walk you through the submittal and justify the proposed recommended motion action.
Aloha Chair and Commissioners, Sri Ka'anana, Water Program Specialist. Requesting your approval for the nomination of Dr. Jonathan Likeke Shoyer for the East Maui Regional Community Board. Next slide, please. I'll be providing some background on the board and the steps we've taken for the selection process, and finally recommending our recommendation. Providing some quick background on the East Maui irrigation system that spans 75 miles across East, Upcountry, and Central Maui. This system diverts water from government and private lands with a recorded average flow of 165 million gallons a day and up to 450 million gallons a day. To contextualize that, Honolulu County uses about 157 million gallons a day. The EMI previously delivered water to sugarcane operations, the Maui County Department of Water Supply, the Kula Ag Park. The EMI began development in the 1870s and was wholly owned by Alexander and Baldwin until 2016, when A&B sold 41,000 acres to Mahipono, a joint venture between Pomona Farming and Canada's Public Center Pension Investment Board. The EMI has been subject to decades of controversy and litigation, centered currently around their interest in a long-term 30-year water lease from the Board of Land and Natural Resources. DHHL has 4 primary interests related to the EMI. 3 of those are related to proposed water leases. First, DHHL has the right to have a water reservations for its current and future uses before the issuance of any lease. However, the department's 11.5 million gallon a day water reservation request for our lands in Keokea, Waiahuli, and Pulehunui from 2020 have not yet been fully granted by the Commission on Water Resource Management. Second, our beneficiaries may exercise constitutionally protected traditional and customary practices related to the water that the state seeks to lease. Historically, the EMI has dewatered streams relied upon by the Maui Hikina community, including DHHL lands at Kianai and Wailuanui. Third, DHHL holds a constitutional right to 30% of the revenue generated by water leases. The manner in which the Board of Land and Natural Resources currently sets the lease revenue excludes a charge for watershed management from being part of the base rent, which subsequently impacts the Native Hawaiian Rehabilitation Fund. Lastly, which I'll be covering on the next slide, and is the reason why we are here before you today, DHHL holds a seat on the East Maui Regional Community Board. In the November 2022 election, the East Maui Regional Community Board, also known as Hawaii o Maui Hikina, was established by the Maui County's charter amendment that called for the creation of community water authorities. The purpose of this water authority is to acquire, manage, and control water collection and delivery systems with county staff. The areas of concern are Nahiku, Kianai, Honolulu, and Huala water license areas. These are areas that have historically been leased via revocable permits by the Board of Land and Natural Resources to the EMI. This water authority includes a designated seat for 1 member who is a representative of the Hawaiian Homes Commission. The procedure for the selection of the Hawaiian Homes Commission representative on the East Maui Regional Community Board was approved at the December 2024 Hawaiian Homes Commission. The general outline is shown above. I will be going over this more in detail through the next few slides. Included with this procedure are the agreed upon expectations for the representative. This includes completion of confirmation by Maui County Council following nomination, completing a financial disclosure statement with the Board of Ethics, swearing an oath of office, attendance of all meetings, holding kuleana to not only our beneficiaries, but our commission and the department, and to report meaningful updates to the Hawaiian Homes Commission. At the December 2024 commission meeting, we also announced the upcoming vacancy for the Hawaiian Homes Commission seat. The application was posted on the DHHL website, and Maui Island Homestead leaders were notified via email. The deadline was actually extended to January 13th, 2025 to account for holidays. DHHL staff reviewed the application we received, utilizing the criteria approved by the commission. This criteria includes DHHL affiliation, relevant water experience and knowledge related to the water license areas of the board, which may include firsthand experiences with ranching, farming, aquaculture, or local IA, water resource management and watershed restoration experience, advocacy related to water, or the completion of the Imana Ikawai Kukulu Kahuvai Water Law and Leadership Training Series. After thorough consideration, utilizing the previously mentioned criteria, DHHL staff recommends Dr. Jonathan Likeke Shoyer as the Hawaiian Homes Commission representative on the East Maui Regional Community Board. Thank you. Dr. Shoyer is also available if you have any questions. He's online.
Any questions? We do have a witness, Homelani Shadell.
Aloha mai kako. I'm Homilani Shadell, Homestead leader in Kapolei and a beneficiary. I just wanted to say a few words on this nomination, and I urge this commission to approve it, the nominee. Jonathan has been an advocate and as a consultant for our beneficiaries with the department and on behalf of this commission. So I strongly urge your approval of his nomination. Mahalo.
Okay,
Chair, I'd like to speak in support of Dr. Scher.
Commissioner Kaneko?
He is always clear. He's well experienced and studied in other state areas and county. He has become an expert for us, specifically for Maui and Hawaii Island, whose advocacy is not nearly as strong as for other areas. He's always available. No matter what he's doing, he'll make room for the department's requests. He's available to the commissioners. He's experienced in complex challenges. So he's able to deconstruct the problems and come up with viable solutions. Above all those, he's a staunch advocate for the department and especially for our beneficiaries. So I'm in strong support of Dr. Scher.
Anybody else?
Chair, yeah. As a student of Dr. Scher's class in the VI that I took as a member of the Kalamola Homestead Association, I strongly urge everybody to approve his representative to the Maui County East Maui Regional Community Board. And therefore, I move to appoint Dr. Scher.
Okay, is there a second? And then we'll receive more comments.
Second.
Okay, any more comments? Commissioner?
I'd like to say something. I'm really happy that number one, he would consider doing this. And we have the opportunity to obtain his expertise in all matters concerning water. He is a wealth of knowledge, very well respected. And I am in 100% support of him coming on board.
Okay, Commissioner Kalekini.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I 100% support Dr. Scher in this capacity. I do have one ask. Sherry, you mentioned that constitutionally we're entitled to 30% revenue of all water leases. Do we have any documentation that is compliant, that we do receive 30%?
The department has prepared a report on the receipts that it's received from leases and water license, as well as 30% revenue from former sugar lands as required by the state constitution. We'd be happy to present that to the commission at a future meeting. It does show, in summary, a steep decline in revenues over time. One of the things that Cherie brought up in her presentation was that as the Department of Land and Natural Resources contemplates water licenses in the future, their formula separates water license rent from their watershed management fee. In our reading as staff of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, it says 30% of receipts received from water licenses. So we believe and strongly feel that the Department of Land and Natural Resources needs to include both rent from water licenses as well as revenue received from its watershed management fee in the calculation of the 30%. We are following up with the Attorney General's office on our reading of that.
Thank you, Andrew. Appreciate that. Yeah, looking forward to your future presentation on that.
Commissioner Marco, did anybody else want to send?
Sure, I did.
Commissioner. Okay.
Oh,
Namo.
thank you, Mr. Chair. I strongly support Jonathan Scher to represent us. First, I've known him more than a decade. He has a stellar reputation. And I've had conversations in the past with him about the importance of the HHL having representation. And he will fight for us. He's ethical and he's very, very well received by everyone. And that's because he speaks the truth and he will fight for us to get our representation that we need and the revenues we should have. Thank you.
I know he knows this already, but I'm just gonna echo it for the record. He has my 100% support. We've had a lot of discussions about water, especially in the West Hawaii area, Kauai High, etc. You know, he's definitely an advocate, and he's not scared to stir the pot sometimes, step on guys' toes, to advocate for our beneficiaries. So he's gonna always have my support. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else?
Sure.
Commissioner
Yeah,
Nevis?
I just like to say that I'm in full support, Dr. Jonathan Scher, on the being the representative for the commission on the Maui County East Maui Regional Community Board. I think he's done a great job for us in other areas, and I just expect the same from him moving forward. Thank you.
Sure.
Commissioner Martel?
I mean, I might as well clean it up and just agree in Kako that we all know that he represents the organization, the department very well, and so we support him. Mahalo.
Okay, I have to echo all that what everybody has said. He is a strong advocate. You know, I've appreciated his guidance, as well as his input, his knowledge, his expertise. And, you know, without water, I mean, our lands would not be very productive. I mean, it's the key. And so we need an advocate like that, but somebody that has credibility, has the knowledge, has the understanding of the law. You know, I've had to go to battle for the department, especially against DLNR, on their efforts on Maui. And it's been a challenge, but as long as I know he's there and he's, you know, I feel very, very comfortable and confident in making arguments for the department. And, you know, I've had to go against the director at DLNR, which wasn't that exciting, but it was necessary because he advised me, hey, you know, this is something that you got to do. And so we did it. And we were successful in convincing their board to defer the action that she was trying to get through. And so I too feel that the guy is an exceptional advocate as well as a very competent individual. And I like how he's working with the community as well as the law students and educating future advocates. And that's real key. I mean, he's sharing his knowledge and wealth of information. And so anyway, I think we had a motion. Oh, we have one more. Pat Kavaiola.
Hello, Michael, Mr. Chair. I too would want to offer the platitudes of the Kupunas, this committee of Kupunas for I know Opulupula for Mr. I knew him as Jonathan before I know him now as Dr. Scher. but his work is exemplary as it affects those on the Ainoho Pula Pula. So it is with great pleasure that I join the Committee of Mutual Admiration Society that I'm hearing from this commission to offer my support for Dr. Jonathan Scher. Thank you.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next item for information only, C3. The permitted interaction group. Let's see, to monitor, advise, and report on the indigent Native Hawaiian homesteading pilot project. Julie Chola? C3.
Commissioners, item C3, just wanted to make commissioners and members of the public aware of the creation and appointment of the commissioners listed in the submittal to the permitted interaction group on this particular matter.
Demond?
Aloha mai kako, Iman Kalai Manaole, Co-Manager Ho Manapono, Native Advocacy Corporation operating on Waianae Coast. And grateful for be back over here again. I mean, literally grateful. I was almost a close call there. But so I just wanted to state that I agree that we should have one permitted interactive group to help facilitate the department and guiding the department in how to make this pilot program a real thing. And so I'm in full support of that. We need all the help that we can get. And we need people that are going to be helpful in making this a real thing. Because it's not one small thing. This is indigent Native Hawaiians who've been bypassed and overlooked and for over 103 years now. So I appreciate that.
Thank you. Okay, that's good. Okay, the next item on the agenda, C4, for information only. The status. Okay.
I'm so sorry. I was on the other YouTube channel. Can you hear me? Is everything?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, so this is for item number for an appointment of a permitted interaction group to monitor, advise, and report on the indigent Native Hawaiian homesteading pilot project that was approved last month. This is for information only. So the permitted interaction group with the Hawaiian Homes Commission is appointed effective February 1st, 2025. The purpose of this group is to monitor, study, and review findings and make recommendations and assist in presenting progress reports to the Commission regarding the indigent Native Hawaiian homesteading pilot project. The pilot project was approved by the Commission in December in order to, 1, develop policy, procedure, and program elements to provide individual homesteading opportunities for indigent Native Hawaiian beneficiary applicants. And 2, to assess the feasibility of the program concept by taking an indigent beneficiary, Mr. Manaole, through the entire process. The Hawaiian Homes Commission is aware of the plight of indigent applicants who do not meet financial requirements as needed to participate in the awarding of the residential homestead leases. The pilot project is an opportunity to identify a homesteading alternative, basically, that would provide 99-year homestead leases to indigent applicants. The pilot project will commence on February 1st and will end next year, will be for the duration of a year, unless the commission modifies the timeframe for the project. The importance and complexity of providing a homesteading alternative for indigent applicants would benefit from the oversight, monitoring, and advice of the permitted interaction group for the duration of the pilot project. The members of this permitted interaction group include Commissioners Walt Kaniakua, Sonoy Marfil, and Archie Kalepa, with Commissioner Sonoy Marfil to serve as chair of the committee. The department will provide support staff for the committee to complete its work and to prepare reports. The committee's work will include interim progress reports to the commission, and upon completion of the pilot project, the committee will submit a final report of findings and recommendations.
Okay, thank you. We have a testifier.
Mahalo, Julie. I want to thank Ovau Kupua Kili Ikoa Kamai still. I want to thank you, commissioners, for speaking into your microphone so that we could hear you. Commissioner Kalepa, if you could just turn it your way when you get a chance. Oh, I can hear me well, so okay, I don't want to blow you guys out. Okay, my kais, kalamaya. Okay, so I know that it was approved last month. I fully recognize that, and that this is for information only. And so I just wanted to ensure that we consider some of these things, because I imagine that we're going to have beneficiary consultation, and that would occur starting between February 2025 to 2026. I'm not sure when that would occur, but I think we also need to do a survey to all of our waitlisters. Because the pilot is on Oahu, I think we need to do this survey on Oahu, because not only do we have ag waitlisters, we also have residential waitlisters. And I think that they would be very happy to try something opposed to what they're working with now, especially in these financially trying times. So I'm thinking that we ought to have a survey, Oahu Island as a minimum, and asking them not only for their financial status, because not everybody's going to be indigent. Some of us that may be 60, 70, or 80% AMI, we still couldn't qualify for that home loan, especially for the homes that cost $300,000-$400,000 now. You know, and we already have bills that we're attending to. So this survey would definitely need to identify those indigent folks as they voluntarily identify themselves, but not limited to them. You know, we should find out what is the financial situation of our waitlisters. Why did they pass up on the opportunities that were presented to them? Or on the other side, why were they bypassed? And I think indigent is one of those reasons, as well as not qualifying for the financial assistances that's out there. So even though you don't get your bank mortgage, you know, there are other entities, but sometimes it's going to take longer than just the 3 to 5 years that, you know, we try to help them. I think the pilot pool needs to be more than one. I'm advocating for 10 to 20, because we ought to be doing this in communities. We cannot be doing this in sparse, one person here, one person there, one person another place. You do it in a community. And this would be by 10 or 20 people, starting with the Oahu wait list. And that again would be the ag waitlisters, and then the residential waitlisters, because it's those residential waitlisters that got bypassed for the home. So even though we're on agriculture land, community use land, this is what people want, and this is what they need. And that when we do have this criteria for this particular program, I'm advocating that that list starts with the current existing wait list. We're not gonna create a new list to where somebody who might be number 100 already that has been passed over because of their financial situation or not, that they're gonna be passed over because now you have a new list. So our list should always start from the existing list, because right now we have on the list identifiers. Whether you're ag, residential, pastoral, your island, and for some, even the island area. So let's start with those people that are on the list for that island, ideally, because there's also conversations talking about area preferences. So one would think if we know of those people that are within the top 500, that we can just source from them, whether they voluntarily step forward or that they're contacted by the department. But I think we need to throw a net out for this pilot. You know, a pilot of one, whether it's going to succeed, as I mentioned last month. And I agree to that, even with this situation. There's other things, but perhaps I'll share it with my own commissioner.
Okay.
Mahalo.
Thank you very much. Next agenda item, C4, for informational status report regarding enforcement units efforts. David Hope.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners.
Good afternoon.
David Hoke, Administrator with Enforcement Unit. I know it's been a long day, so I'll try to be as brief as possible. Again, this is just enforcement statistics from December 9th of last month to January 12th of this month. During this window, a little bit slower because of the holidays, which for the guys and I, we didn't mind that. Only 10 requests. But for the calendar year of 2024, there's a total of 205 requests received. I need to thank my guys, my unit. We started off the year with just Kip and myself. We weren't able to pick up Nick until March, and then Chad finally in December. So, you know, the guys really were, you know, they were cranking out cases. So I definitely got to acknowledge them. So looking forward to, you know, doing this again this year. And yeah, open to any questions.
Any questions, members? Yes. No. Chair. Commissioner
Yes.
Salekini.
Comment to you, David, and the entire E team. Yeah, you guys have been doing super great work. And I really like the monthly reach out to everyone. That's very helpful.
Yeah, and we'll continue to do that. And again, if there's more contacts that you feel are important in your areas, just let me know and I'll add them to our list.
Got it.
Thank you, David.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, D1 HSD status reports. Juan Garcia.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the Commission. Again, item D1, which includes Exhibit A, Homestead Lease and Application Totals and Monthly Activity Report, as well as Exhibit B, Delinquency Report. Welcome any questions you may have at this time.
Any questions? Let's see, we got some public testimony. Isabel Reed Cargill. And Chaslin Hasegawa.
Hi, my name is Isabel, and I am a resident at Waitlist Courtyards. I'm here about D1, the Homestead Monthly Status Report. I am concerned that the purchase of Waitlist will cause significant harm and disruption and not reduce the Kauai beneficiary waitlist. The current relocation plan is completely inadequate. It assumes that many of us want to move to Oahu, and using a market analyst based on Oahu prices will provide enough assistance to relocate us for 42 months as provided in the Uniform Relocation Act. Moving to Oahu would not work for me or my husband as either, because we both have jobs that are significant to us living on Kauai. And we would have to move everything over, and our families are on Kauai. Also, what happens after DHHL acquires the building and my lease cannot be renewed because I am not on the Kauai beneficiary list. Where can I go? There are very few rentals available on Kauai, and the ones that are available for rent are between $4,000 and $6,000 a month. A relocation budget of $30,000 per unit does not go very far on Kauai, especially if you have roommates as well. That is only $15,000. That could be split between the two if you have roommates. Also, there was a relocation document I heard that was being sent around. I was not part of that. I never got that. And we had to get a pediatrician signing to be able to get it. And when our property manager did send it to us, she did not add the file. And then I asked her, and she never followed up on email as to why I never got it. And then I looked at hold of it, and half of those places listing on where to live on Kauai, they are on waitlist. I tried to call a couple and they're all waitlisted, and half of the other ones are on different islands. So it's just a little bit concerning as to where we would go in part of this plan for relocation. Thank you for listening.
Hello, Chair, Commission. Basically what my wife said is kind of like what I was gonna say. So I don't want to like echo and copycat what she said, but for me, it's the relocation plan. I don't feel like it's a plan. I feel like it's more of a listing. What was given is, yeah, it's a thing brought out to us, but like what my wife said, we've never thought about moving off island. And what was provided, there's places off island that is not on the island. Like I said, I don't want to copycat what my wife said because we basically kind of like think alike. So that's just my big concern. The relocation plan, I don't feel like it's a plan at all. I feel like it needs to be checked and worked on again. So I feel like it's all listings, not a plan. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's see. Okay, the next. Oh, Linda.
Yeah, I just saw her. Hello? Hello, can you hear me? Aloha. I'm a tenant at Courtyards at Waiapuli, and we received a relocation plan. And for myself and some others who are very familiar with Kauai rental market and with the tenants and their situation, the relocation plan just is filled with issues. So in the Kauai council meeting on the January 9th, there was a DHHL representative who indicated that the reason Interwest was brought in was to ensure compliance to regulations and the laws. And unfortunately, the relocation plan that's been presented is the exact opposite of complying with the law. We're complying with the spirit of the URA, and with the regulations of the URA. It's a lengthy plan, it's pretty complicated. So in order to come up with sort of a quick, easy way to show some of the major issues, I worked with Kenna and somebody who worked with some of the tenants, and we put together essentially a budgeting calculation. And in it, Kenna had handed out this document. It's a 4-page document. Hopefully you have it. That it details out issues and also recalculates the budget based on if you were actually going to follow the regulations, unlike what Interwest provided, which would completely go against regulations. So to give you an example, the majority of people who are subject to relocation are low income. The relocation plan specifically stated that income was not collected and low-income tenants would not be considered and they wouldn't be calculated for. However, if you calculate for low income, you get much higher relocation costs required. HUD has special rules for low income and other rules for non-low income. If you calculate, we did a tenant study. We got the income ranges from everyone. This is something that InterWest should have done, but instead we did it because they hadn't done it. And we determined the majority of folks were low income, and we did a calculation. What is the additional cost over and above everything else just to account for the low income folks? It is the same amount as your entire budget. So if in fact you handle the low income folks in the way the URA requires, it will double your budget. So a major miss on any consultant. Your consultant is supposed to be helping you match the laws and to get a budget that's legitimate and reasonable. Unfortunately, they missed the whole entire 1.9 million just with the low income folks by not considering them at all. Another issue is when they were the other really big piece of the budget is when you compare current rents with the rents that would have to be paid when you relocate people. So in doing the study, the InterWest used a lot of non-valid data. It's basically just dirty data goes in, you get the wrong conclusions out. And that's what you have going on here. So to sort of try to make this really easy to understand, because data can get very complex, is you have to relocate people to a comparable apartment. The functionality has to be the same or better. Key factors of functionality are square footage, number of bedrooms, number of bathrooms. Do you have a full kitchen or a half kitchen? Those are key ones. And there's a whole list of other less key factors, like do you have air conditioning or not? What we did, the tenants got together. Kenna helped us with this. She led the effort to do a market study. We did 4 days, everything we could find on the rental market of Kauai. Said, okay, for each of these elements that you are required to compare to figure out if the
Ms. Twiggle, can you summarize? You're over.
Yes.
Time.
Yes, sorry. So essentially,
thank you.
Sorry. Okay, I'll summarize. Essentially, the relocation plan is significantly under budget and doesn't serve properly. And I'm requesting, and other tenants request, that you go back to the drawing board or have InterWest go back to the drawing board and redo it so that it actually takes into account the regulations and the actual costs on Kauai. And I provided a reference document that gives you detail on basically how to do that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. The next one. Okay, next item, the agenda E1 for information only awards schedules for calendar year 2025 and the respective projects. Kalani Franda and Michelle Hitzman.
Hello, Chair Watson and Commissioners. For the record, my name is Kalani Franda, Acting Administrator for the Land Development Division. Joining me today for this presentation is Michelle Hitzman, Branch Manager for the Housing Projects Branch. While the Land Development Division typically provides updates on the projects we are working on, today we will be sharing information on another important aspect of our work, the awards process. For the calendar year of 2025, LDD will be conducting monthly orientations and lot selections offering nearly 2,700 awards. We look forward to sharing this with you and this initiative and how we will help move forward our mission and reduce the wait list for our beneficiaries.
Good afternoon, Chair, Commissioners. Again, Michelle Hitzman, Housing Project Branch, Land Development Division. So we want to share our 2025 schedule for lot offers and awards. This first slide is just a summary of our schedule. And as you can see, we have at least one, if not two, meetings scheduled for each month. So the highlighted yellow are orientation meetings, and the green shows our lot selection or project selection meetings. So the following slides will go into, very briefly, go into detail as to the individual projects that we're offering. Next slide, please. So the first offer that we're going to be doing from orientation as well as project selection is the West Oahu project leases here in Kapolei. We'll be offering 665 project leases in Kaulaka'i as well as Kaupea Phase 2. Orientation is scheduled for February. Project selection, I apologize, we should have changed that. I should have changed it to project selection because there will be no lots when we're doing project leases. So project selection is scheduled for March. So what I didn't share is we've penciled in these dates, but they are subject to change because we need to secure venues for these events. And if we're unable to secure a venue that's large enough, we will be switching them around monthly, but the intent is to go out with these 13 projects that we're going to go over in 2025. Next slide, please. So we did conduct one orientation meeting, and that was for Pu'uhana on Maui. That was for Phase 2. We're offering the remaining 91 turnkey homes in Pu'uhana, and we have the lot selection scheduled for April 5th. Next, please. Then in March, we are scheduling project leases for West Hawaii. And these leases will be for La'iopua Villages 1 and 2, as well as some scattered lots that we have left over in our Kauai subdivision. Our project selection meeting is scheduled for April. Then we'll again be in La'iopua. This is for Village for Akau. And these are the remaining rent with option to purchase homes. There are 32 more units in that area. We've already offered in Phase 1, 60 units, Phase 2, 24 units. So again, we'll be going out with Phase 3 in Village for Akau. Orientation is in May, lot selection. And this particular one will be actual lot selection. So they'll be selecting units. So that will be scheduled for June. Okay. So we're coming back to Oahu in May. So this will be for Kaulukai 2C. So at this particular offer, we are now offering 115 turnkey homes. Orientation will be scheduled for May, lot selection. I think we're actually looking for June, July, possibly June, July for lot selection for this one. Then we'll be back on Maui. As I mentioned, we'll be offering 91 turnkey homes in Pu'uhana in April. But there are still 24 vacant lots in Pu'uhana, as well as 12 vacant lots up in Hikina that will be offering orientation in July. Lot selection will be in August. So La'iopua Village for Hema. So now we're going back to the Big Island in July. And this one now again is actual units and parcels that we'll be offering. Orientation scheduled for July. Lot selection will be in August. So now we're on Kauai. We jump to a different island. We'll be doing a rent with option to purchase offer in Hanapepe. There will be, this is Phase 2, Increment 1. There will be 30 units. Looking at doing an orientation for Hanapepe in September with a lot selection in October. Next slide. And we're going to end the year with a rather large offering. This is for our project leases on Maui. And there'll be approximately 1,183 project leases that we'll be offering in 4 areas on Maui. That will be Leli 1B, Kamalani, Wailuku single family, as well as Wai'ehu Mauka. Orientation in November. Lot selection will be scheduled for December. So I think as Kalani mentioned earlier, as we go through this offer, 2025 offer, we're looking at offering and awarding approximately 2,400 plus leases in 2025. Oh, shoot, sorry. So we have one more, and this we're actually switching to a different list. So the offers that I went over previously were all residential offers. This particular one, we're gonna do a Maui agricultural offer. And we'll have 55 lots in, that's Waihomoka, 55 in Waihomoka and 38 in Honokawai. So that also will be in mid-November orientation, and mid-December will be the lease awards. Did I cover it?
So as we wrap up this presentation, I'd like to share how these awards will reduce the wait lists across the Pai'aina in your communities. For Oahu, we will lower the Oahu residential wait list by about 7%. For Maui, reduce the Maui residential wait list by about 33%. For Kauai, we'll lower the Kauai residential wait list by about 2%. For Hawaii Island, we'll reduce the Hawaii residential wait list by about 9%. And then, as you had noted, the last slide here, and we will lower the Maui agricultural wait list by 2%. So these awards are a significant step in addressing the housing and agricultural needs for our communities and continue to reduce the wait list for our beneficiaries. Mahalo for the opportunity to share what's coming up in 2025 for the awards schedule.
So I wanted to share one more thing. So while we went through this 2025 schedule, these are the offers that we are having orientation as well as lot or project selection meeting. What is not addressed in this is all the scattered lots that we'll also be going out with. So any pre-owned homes that come back, any one-offs, if you will, like one-off vacant lots, we are still making those offers on top of what we're doing here. So I just wanted to add that.
Mahalo.
Yeah, that's awesome, you guys. That's fantastic. Kalani, do you happen to have the percentage in reference to the 29,000 waitlisters?
Yeah, so that was it. I'll make sure we send that to you guys.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Sure. Commissioner Nevis?
Yes, on the Hanapepe, do we know which lots are gonna be the rent with option?
We'll get that to you. We do have the 30 lots that we had identified.
Okay, and I've asked for the developer or contractor, whoever's gonna be managing a project, to come up and do a presentation for our folks on the LIHTC rent with option. They're really interested in.
That's part of the
what that is.
orientation. So part of the orientation, they will provide all of the information that's required for what's coming up. And then I believe they also have some additional meetings thereafter, but the orientation meeting is where they will provide not only the criteria, but also information about the project itself, and then also financial requirements.
And also, we never really did get a definite, defined report on what the problems were with rent the option. Last year, and I think it's in Molokai, was brought up, they had a lot of problems with rent with the option. We never really got a report back, what are the problems? Because we need to fix those problems to move forward. So
Right.
I'd like to know if you have that information, we share it with the commission so that
Okay.
we can make sure those are cleaned up before we move forward on
Yes.
this rent with option.
We have some FAQs in regards to that, and it really requires the management company to continue to work with the tenants.
Right.
Because so they can stay on track of what they've agreed upon.
Yeah, and I understand the process and the managing to make sure they're compliant and so on and so forth, but if there were errors, let's fix the errors so we move forward. We don't put our beneficiaries in a bunch of stress and so on and so forth.
Thank you.
Great, thank you, Chair.
Yeah, let me also say, it's gonna be very, very important, when we do the orientation, that the orientation inform, it's gonna be like a workshop. We also have a video as well as follow-up meetings with individuals that in the selection process, the people that or would like to participate in this approach have to be a certain income, no higher than a certain income, so be below 60% AMI. Now, I think historically, part of the problem is the people that chose that option weren't really explained fully the requirements in participating in that approach. You know, you have certain income limitations, you have restrictions on who can live in your household. If you violate that, that jeopardizes the tax credits that eventually is going to turn in equity that you will receive at the end of the 15-year period. There's also inspections that are required. The rent has to be paid on time, and just a variety of things that the participants really have to understand that. And then it's up to them if they want to participate. They have the choice of saying, you know what, it's too onerous. I don't want to go and, you know, be subject to all these requirements. And I decide and I choose not to participate. But it's a voluntary participation. They can either take it or leave it, but they do have to go through a workshop. We're going to require that they actually go through the workshop. So at the end of the day, they do choose. They can't say, oh, I didn't know this was, you know, the requirements that are issued. Now we're going to modify that in a sense that we're going to separate, like I mentioned, the financial package from the land so that we can issue a homestead lease so that should they pass away before the 15-year compliance period expires, they won't lose their equity as well as their homestead. They'll have somebody that will be able to succeed to that homestead. And more importantly, they also have to be only 25% Hawaiian. And so that, I think, is one of the other changes that we're implementing. And the third change is that we're going to create a kind of like incentive program where at the end of the 15-year period, when the balance of the debt that's existing, which is paid out, which is significantly a lot less than, you know, if they were to buy it as a turnkey, there will also be certain incentives whereby they, during that 15-year period, they, you know, they stay in compliance income-wise. There's no, you know, violations, as well as they pay their rent on time, they comply with the inspections and all these other things. We'll create incentives where there will be points that accumulated will add up to a discount on the back end on the purchase price. So we're tweaking the program, but again, just recognize that it is directed at people that are lower income. And without that, they would not have home ownership. So, you know, all these things, whether it's management as well as understanding, we're trying to address that. So moving forward, you know, it is a choice that you can choose to participate or not. And more importantly, I think really for a lot of them, that's the only way to home ownership for them, unfortunately.
Yeah, Chair, my concern is that, you know, being on the lower income, sometimes you need a lot more time to understand the program. So my concern is to do this when you're doing an orientation program, and then within the next month, you're gonna do awards. I think that's a lot for them to absorb. So I'd like to see, at least, especially for Kauai, you know, we're dealing with a lot of people from Niihau, and they're sort of on that lower end. And educational wide, they're gonna ask 1,000,000 questions, and they have to make that decision in a short period of time. So if there's any way possible to get that information to them earlier, I think it would benefit the program moving forward.
So we did bring on a person, in fact, we just recently came on board, Keone Rivera, who specializes in that. He's going to conduct the workshops. He's going to create a video for online that people can review, you know, and continue to look at it. In the workshop, he will be present to explain, you know, the details and all that, so that, again, it is an education process. And you're right, it's very complex, and I think that's needed so that you make an informed decision. Okay,
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Kupuna?
Aloha, Kupua, Waianae Valley. I want to thank you, Chair, for just sharing what you did, because, you know, how do we know this information? It's very important that these people are well informed before they sign the paper. And having gone to at least one meeting with the former person from Limahanahana. It wasn't quite sure how they were, but you know, when you're anxious to get a home, you just want to get a home. And then those details kind of fall into place and you weren't as fully informed about it. So yeah, if we could do that workshop separate and in enough time for that orientation and then the awards, like what you just shared, that's totally awesome. One of the questions that I had was, is this 2,400 what we have for our Act 279, 600 million? Or did we have some earlier this year and a little bit more next year for the 3,000 homes that we're targeting?
That's correct. We had some last year with Puhona Phase 1, and then we have a bunch more that's coming out. So we anticipate doubling in 2026. There's a total of about 6,000 that we anticipate of lots to be developed for the Act 279.
And so how many of those would actually be homes where they can actually reside in, whether it be turnkey, self-help,
Over
build your
single
own?
family could reside. The subsistence ag developments we're doing, it's for subsistence ag, it's an option. You can build a house, but you're not required to.
Right, okay. So, is there anywhere on the website where we can get a complete picture? Or do we have to go to various different pages on the website and try and put things together which might be outdated?
So we actually have current projects on there. If you punch in, if you Google DHHL Act 279 projects, you'll be able to pop up some of the information that you're looking for. And all of the current projects are in their current projects. It'll list exactly what's going on, the amount of lots that are there and what we're doing.
So it would be a little bit more detailed than what you have here, because here,
Sure.
you know, you're just showing the map of the street and the number of homes, but not what kind of homes are being offered, or how many is gonna be self-help, or how many is gonna be turnkey. So there will be more information online.
There's also the
There
link.
is, yes.
There's also a link to the developer, to his website that gets into real detail. Now, you got to remember too, though, there's a variety of approaches we're doing, which is, you talked about the paper leases, project paper leases. That provides a guidance as to the different categories. For example, Ka'ulo Kahai, the 600 plus the 60. So I think you guys had 660. That is, where we're just going to make the lease awards, paper lease awards, without actually requiring them to pre-qualify for a mortgage. Because a lot of them, there's significant numbers that can't. So that's why I was given a lease, even though they're not required to pre-qualify for a mortgage. But then they will go through this process. They'll get vetted after they receive this paper lease, and we'll maybe Hawaii Community Assets will more likely than not be the entity that will review their income situation, and then put them in the categories that they best fit. Whether it's a turnkey, whether it's a LIHTC with option to purchase, if they want to do habitat, or they want to do owner builder. Then with the breakdown that is created regarding the numbers for each category, that will be given to the developer, and they'll provide guidance to that developer as to how they should proceed. So that's real key, because historically, you got to pre-qualify. You don't, you sit on the side, you don't get nothing. We're changing that. We're giving out the leases up front. Then we're working with them to figure out how best to address their situation, and requiring developers that can provide these different options for the participants, unlike we've done in the past.
And so one of the important factors here is that lead time, right? So
Gotta
we
go
want them
fast.
to pre-qualify, but we actually need to get them situated to
To
pre-qualify.
get a lease.
So
We got to
like,
get them the lease so they don't die with nothing in their hand. You know what I mean?
okay, so they've got something to pass on.
Yeah, that's why we're moving forward quickly on getting the leases out. So we eliminate the situation where they die, they don't have nothing, their kids is quartered, we're 25% Hawaiian, they're out. So by getting the leases out, not only do they their heirs, are entitled with only 25% Hawaiian, but it also opens up our direct loans that the department has because they now have a
Right.
lease. So there's some real benefits in not only guiding the developer, but more importantly, dealing with the homesteaders that are on the wait list that have been not only bypassed, but have died and their families have lost out. We don't want that anymore.
Okay, so I hate to state this, but there may be a situation to where someone that was awarded a paper lease, even though they're working with their family to try and make the mortgage, the loan, even with the department, what happens if that doesn't happen? Would they be able to stay on the list, return that lease, and then try to shoot for another opportunity?
Yeah, they do. But that's the thing. If they can't meet the mortgage situation, then you drop down to the LIHTC option to purchase. Because you're lower income, you can't get a mortgage because you can't qualify. So there's this alternative approach that they will fall within. That's the nice thing about this approach is we hopefully are not going to bypass anybody on the wait list. And then those that don't fit into these different categories, we also have the transitional housing that we're developing out in Maili. So they'll have a place to rent that's reasonable, but they'll have the counseling that is needed from CNHA or
HCA.
jobs or Hawaii Community Assets. And then once they are better positioned financially, job-wise, income, whatever, then they can be more active in the actual award process. But they don't lose their place on the list.
Okay, thank you, Chair. You mentioned something that kind of piqued my ear, LIHTC. So are we utilizing LIHTC funds and ensuring that those homes are only occupied, we only have beneficiary residents?
Well,
Are we-
the household has to be qualified.
Right,
Now,
but
you could have LIHTC participants that, the native Hawaiian that has a homestead may marry a non-Hawaiian, but they still gonna be in the home.
for how long?
For as long as he's married.
Okay, so, well, I guess the concern that I have with the LIHTC, as I understand it from past meetings, was that LIHTC was federal funds for all.
Yeah, we've passed that hurdle regarding the.
Okay, so now
fair
we've
housing.
got LIHTC where these federal funds are for Native Hawaiians and their families within the home to stay within a Hawaiian family. Because ideally, I'm looking at Hawaiian homes, once you get issued that lot, that home, it's in perpetuity.
Mhm.
So if LIHTC is one of those ways that we can accomplish that,
I remember the land, we issue a 99-year lease
yes,
with an extension for another 100 years. So
yes.
the land is being
Well,
transferred out as a homestead lease.
as we need to
Separate
change
from the LIHTC.
the act to reduce the blood quantum as it's been done at the state legislature,
We're
but
working
it
on it.
needs to be done at the congressional level.
Right,
So that requires tweaks from the act,
right.
just as well as in perpetuity.
Sure.
I mean, because ideally, I'm sure that's what the,
Well, not in
Prince had.
perpetuity. We don't.
not right now, but ideally, otherwise, at some point in time, our family members are gonna get evicted. And we can actually date that point in time. So how do we prevent that? So we need to be longer term than the 199 years that we're currently looking at.
Well, that's another issue for
Yeah.
another time.
That,
Thank
that's
you.
for our Opuna, but if we don't put it there,
Sure.
who knows when it's gonna come, and things take a while. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you. We have one more testifier, Britt Kalua.
I had a question. I think it's really great that you guys are about to award as many leases as you are, but I'm just wondering if, the consideration of the influx of leases now, if there's gonna be more time during that process to get the pre-qualification letter and also submit that interest form, because I can kind of see that being an issue with the limited amount of time that's been given to beneficiaries that are interested in these awards that they're receiving. So I'm just wondering, like, with Pu'uhona, I went there, and this time frame that they got, to my understanding, is normally not as long as they normally get to submit their interest and pre-qualification. So I'm wondering, are they gonna get that same amount of time for all these projects coming up?
So yes, our standard is about 6 weeks. So Pu'uhana, because there's 91 lots, we looked at extending that pre-qualification timeframe. So it's not set in stone, so we can definitely adjust to satisfy the applicants. But I think the intent of providing these project leases, as well as having these service providers to then assist them along the way, right? Is to kind of get them prepared, so when we do make these offers, that they are ready to take advantage of these opportunities. Because we understand that a lot of them, when it comes up, they may take a year or two to get, qualified. So I think that is the intent of us giving the project leases up front, so that they can then work with these service providers like HCA to prepare them for the offers that are then coming out in the future.
Okay. So the standard time frame that they're given to submit interest and get that pre-qualification letter is typically a 6-week time.
So,
Okay.
correct. So
Okay.
that's kind of our standard is 6 weeks, but again, that's not set in stone. That's something we can adjust based upon how many lots we are offering, as well as the requirements.
Okay. Well, that was the question I had. Thank you.
Yeah, we're gonna have a lot of lenders involved besides, Hawaii Community Assets. So the idea is to, really work with the people, and it's a labor intensive, but it's needed to help individuals understand what a mortgage is about, as well as the terms, conditions, but also identify the best loan product. We have a whole
Yes.
bunch of different loan products, including our direct loans will now become available that, that's why we're doing a bunch of things in Salesforce, where we have a digital AI process we're using to more quickly identify the proper loans for the individuals. So it's an ongoing process. We're trying to improve the process, but I think the more important thing is we're trying to get the projects out. We're trying to get, the leases out, and then do it in a way that we can get as many people off the wait list as possible.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Can I say one more thing too?
Sure.
Like that is, I just like this pool. I'm really new to this game, really new to this. Yeah, I literally just got approved as a waitlister today on this agenda. Yes.
Congratulations.
Yes. So I'm just, I'm worried with, and I know you said there's going to be more lenders, but what I'm worried is what I know, and I could not know all the information you folks know, is it seems limited. So having big awards like Pu'uhana, and it only being 6 weeks for them to submit that interest and the pre-qualification letter, I'm just worried that people will run out of time. They won't be able to meet that deadline with it being such a big amount of awards. So that's why I asked the question, but I appreciate.
Sure.
Yeah, I appreciate the response. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
The chair, can I just make a comment? So
Commissioner Nevis?
So in the orientation, that's probably when you're be explaining to people, make sure you get all your stuff ready, so that when we do awards, that some of that time can be spent on getting that information together. I'm hoping that's what's happening.
Well, I think, one of the, I guess, problems and the approach that the department used in the past was they took the wait list and just across the board, they're trying to figure out and survey the entire list.
Yeah.
This approach where we have the orientation, we show them all the projects, like, for example, the Maui, we're doing over 1,100. We'll have, not only online, but probably on site, quite a few people from the wait list.
Sure.
And then once that orientation, explain all the loans, the projects, et cetera, is done, then those people on the wait list need to submit a letter of interest.
Right.
And those people that submit actually, maybe I should have Michelle explain it. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
So to address your question, so yes, at the orientation, we do go over the requirements, right? The offer requirements. Pu'uhana, for example, I would say is still kind of under the traditional way of offering, because we came in with the developer already having turnkey homes. So we're doing the offer, okay, here's your orientation, we're gonna provide you with all the information. We have the lenders there that you can visit that will give you like the list of documents needed to get your pre-qual. So that's why the time frame, while we did extend it to, I believe it's like 8 weeks for Pu'uhana, there is still a set time frame.
Right.
But again, in the sense of doing the project leases, at that orientation, we'll kind of go over first, what is a project lease? What are you getting? What are the benefits? And then go into some of the details about these different home products, right? LIHTC, turnkey vacant lots, habitat, and go over kind of the requirements so that our families know. Then we'll get the service providers on board, have these different videos that will provide our lessees with all the information, so how they can prepare for then the upcoming.
I think the point that I was gonna make was that, once we issue out the project leases, you then are focused into the individuals that need the hands-on, face-to-face, counseling so that they can make an informed decision. You're not dealing with 4,000 now. So from a labor intensive, you've reduced it significantly by having the people that have expressed an interest by submitting the letter, that have actually received a lease award. And then you have Hawaii Community Assets do an assessment, a quick one.
Yeah.
And if it's like a turnkey, that turnkey will probably go to Hawaii Community Lending that will explain all the different loan options. And it's an ongoing process depending on which category, but it's also very narrow and focused on now the individual people that have these paper leases rather than 3,000, different people that might not actually have a vested interest in moving forward. So I think that makes it less labor intensive, more focused, more hands-on, more direct contact, so that they can not only get the guidance, but make an informed decision. So we'll have all these workshops.
And those paper leases will go to 25%er if they wanted to?
Not
Yeah.
25%.
No, it's gotta go to 50%.
Gotta be 50.
Yeah.
Right.
But I mean, if it's say a person has a paper lease 50% and they don't qualify, they can't give that to a 25%.
Well, they can, like we had one individual that came up to me and said, I have a daughter and the main wants to come back. She's only 25%. And so that's when Michelle explained, what do you call it? Simultaneous,
Correct. So that's a simultaneous transfer when we're offering turnkeys,
Yeah.
but with the project leases, they will be offered to the applicants who are 50%.
Right.
And as a lessee, you have the ability to transfer to your 25%
Yeah, because
successor.
I think what we did in Pilani Maike Kai, the 51 lots, we actually had people get their award, go out the back door, get in line, said, I'm gonna give it to my nephew
Yeah.
or my cousin, my child at 25%. And the transfer was done there because they could qualify it and, they
yeah, so
couldn't.
you pre-qualify the
I just want to make sure
25%.
we continue to do
Yes,
that process.
we're gonna do that.
Because that keeps it within the family, as we move forward. So,
Right,
thank you.
right.
And the main purpose the big reason for the project leases is so the lessee has the pala,
Yeah.
like you said, and they have
Right.
the ability to transfer.
Understand.
Without that,
Yeah.
it makes it
Yeah.
difficult.
Okay,
Yeah.
very good. Thank you.
Oh, we have a witness.
I like what you've been saying in terms of preparing our beneficiaries. As you know, Maluhai was the first homestead that had 3 different components of homes, turnkey, self-help, and rent with option to purchase, although at the time it was called rent to own. One of the things, before I forget, because I have a lot of things going on in my mind, is please, wherever these projects are, please do not allow the developer to give it a different name. In Maluhai, Mark Development named the 70 homes development Ho'olimalima. Nothing wrong with the name. However, our 70 homes are on one side of Kaiau Avenue and the rest of the homes are on the other side. Given the Kaiau Avenue separation, that name Ho'olimalima separated our homestead. When in fact, in the front of our homestead, as you enter our homestead on both sides, there are signs saying Malu'ohai. The reason I say that to you is, and as a Hawaiian, I shouldn't have to explain it, but when you're separated, you don't feel like you're part of. And it has been a struggle to make them feel that they always have from day one. We've never separated. What we get, you get. Whether you're considered a tenant or a lessee. if we're doing newsletters, we don't just stop at ours. Everybody gets, we have 226 homes. So 226 homes gets a newsletter. So that's one of the first things I really would ask, that you have the developer not separate the homestead.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
Because it will permeate that feeling that, oh, you guys are Molokai, we're Ho'oli Manima because we're renters and you guys are lessees. No, no.
Well, the models will also be the same, the turnkey as well as the light tech.
Right, and
Same
it is the same.
model.
It's the same on the outside in Molokai, you can't tell the difference. But the people felt the difference. And that is what I would ask that you please not do.
Good advice. Appreciate that.
And then I don't know if, I believe, when you first came on board, I talked about, rent with option to purchase. And I think I included, that 21-page question, that 21
Yeah, I
questions.
saw that.
And so I hope that that helped some of the
did.
staff, because those are the issues that Molokai had to deal with. The other, very important issue to me is that whoever the developer is, that they not treat our beneficiaries as if they're less than. When I would get phone calls because a room is being shut down because they had to report that a member of the household moved out, they no longer qualified for a 3-bedroom. So Mark Development went in there and boarded up that 3rd bedroom. Or when I get calls saying, Auntie, Mark Development put cameras out and they're checking license plates to make sure that these people, cars, and I don't even know who they are, but they're telling me that I have people in my house when I don't even have those people in my house. I don't know who owns that car. These are the kinds of things that we need to talk to with the developer. And I would ask that they treat our people with dignity and respect.
Sure.
The other thing is, on the other hand, we do have our lessees or beneficiaries who think they don't have to follow the rule. So I like what you're saying in terms of they're going to have to be a workshop, and they are going to have to learn that there are rules and you're going to have to follow those rules because it's tied into the funding that has built your home. And if they don't understand that, they will push it, believe me. So I've had experience with the good, the not so good, and the really not good. And I'm just trying to avoid same issues that we had to deal with in our homestead, because LIHTC, and the whole issue with LIHTC is that the department doesn't have all that much control. And that's the reality, because that's federal funding. Our lessees who are going to be moved, and so I'm a little concerned with the paper lease thing, because I can tell you that's going to give our lessees a whole lot of power. Because really, giving you a lease is empowering you.
Yeah,
that's what
the
it's
idea.
intended to do.
Right, that's the idea.
But using that in a way that could hurt you is something that has to be considered. Because before, if you're a tenant, then you see there's a tenant landlord, then there's DHHL,
Mhm.
right? DHHL wasn't giving those people the boot, it was Mark Development. DHHL did not have anything to do with that.
Okay.
So when you start issuing those leases, it's gonna come to you. So be ready. Thank you.
Appreciate your input. Any other questions? Bo Kahui? Well, I haven't heard from you for a while, Bo.
Yeah. Aloha, Commissioner. Thank you for allowing me to just speak on this issue. As you know, Village 4, under Ikaika Wahana and the LIHTC program was instituted here at the villages of Laiopua. Some of the real other challenges I think our community was faced was in fact the lack of I think the kind of workshop and informational and educational opportunities that would have assisted, I think, their decision making in seeking out this particular program. Homie spoke, and quite honestly, I support what Homie was saying, in that there is, there is the developer side, and then there's the leasing side. And for us here, we've been on the news where the managers were attacked by Lease. And sadly, it came to that because our community was faced with a number of different misinformation, miscommunication, really unfortunate, I think, management and management professionalism. So with that said, we hope that the department will review Village 4. We have other homes coming up under Light Tech soon. Critical to that, I think, was the landscape plan. It was not, they did not, under Village 4, consider that. So the leases were watering common areas. And that's, for the likes of me, I don't know why, but their bills were ranging from $700 to $1,200 a month. So that really affected, I think, both their psyche as well as the ability to manage, I think, the payment for their lease and their loan program. With that said, I support Light Tech. I think it's important that that we continue it, but it has to have a real strong, I think, educational platform and workshop that's going to give, I think, our people the kind of decision making they're going to, arm them with that information so they can say, okay, I like that, or maybe that's not for me. And so I think in this case, our case here, we had 60 people coming to homes that were dissatisfied. There were suits filed against the developer. I understand one of them was successful against the developer. That's through a third-party source, but it has been a challenge for our members in Village 4, and we should not, our board sort of have dissected our community because of the Light Tech. And you guys are Village 4 and you don't belong over here because you guys rent us. You're not leasees yet. And so I encourage the commission to review that process, give them their lease so that they can become members of our association. And I think those development agreements, I think lack, that approach in which we give and empower our people, as Homie said, to become leases and have a stake in the deal. Right now, they don't have any stake because it's a 15-year deal that they got to live through. So thank you. I appreciate the time.
Thank you, Paul. Okay. Thank you. F7 for information only, update on general leases and revocable permits issues in 2024. For information only.
Yep. Well, Commissioners, Kahana Alvino with Land Management. Real quick update again on general leases and revocable permits that was issued in 2024. I'm trying to make this real short. Next slide, please. So in 2024, Land Management has issued the following 4 general leases in the second half of 2024, generating additional revenue of $60,762 per month for $729,148 per annum. General lease is 305, 306, and 307. General lease is in the Mapuna area. General lease 305 is for a 20-year term. They have annual step-ups of 2% for the entire term. General lease is 306 and 307. It's for 30-year terms, and they have 2.5% step-ups annually. So that, again, was issued, recently issued, and effective date was as of January 1st for General Lease 306 and 307. General Lease 305 was as of August 1st, 2024. General Lease 308 is on the Big Island. It's in the Kaehana Industrial Subdivision. Small parcel. The annual rent is $15,648, as you can see there. The effective date should have been 1/1/2025, not 2/1/25. This is for a 55-year term, and they have step-ups in their 10-year and their 20-year time period. And again, this is for a 55-year term. Next slide. Is that slide 3? Yeah, there you go. Slide. Okay, yeah, you can go down. Down is for General Lease 308. It's in the Kaehana subdivision. You can see the blue highlight. Okay, next slide, please. Go back one more, sorry. Back one more. There you go. And that's for the General Leases 305, 306, and 307. I know it's in white highlight, as you can see the blue circled or squared areas, boundaries, multi-subject leases, and that is in a Mapuna area. Next slide. Okay, you can disregard General Lease 307 up on the top. Land Management Division has also selected the following business for revocable permits for month-to-month use in the Kalaeloa District in 2024 with the effective date of 2/1/25. We actually offered 10 parcels. You'll see in the next slide. Sorry, let me go to the next slide. You'll see 10 parcels that was offered for business revocable permit dispositions. Of the 10, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them that were selected for these business RPs. And you can see the rents that we expect to get from these dispositions. We're coming back in February for the approval from the commission to issue a disposition to a revocable permit disposition to these entities that I have named here. And then next slide. And then current and future GLRP offerings, Land Management Division will continue to offer Hawaiian Homes Commission approved parcels for General Lease on the Chapter 171 Hawaii Revised Statutes as amended. The following parcels are currently available or are in process, and you see a list of properties there that we hope to get out. We're also working on phase 2 of our revocable permit program in Kalaeloa. We also have staff looking at their individual neighbor island areas, identifying areas for revocable permit use. And that's all I have for this.
Okay, any
submission.
questions, members of the?
Sure.
Commissioner Nevis?
Yeah, so on the general leases, have we added language to general lease for when they're in arrears, like 30, 90, 60 days? So, you know, we've had problems before where somebody's in arrears for a year or 2 years, and we're out $250,000. I mean, have we put language in there that says, hey, if you're 90 days in arrears, we're sending you a
Yes,
letter.
we have
We're gonna
default
charge
provisions in the lease, correct?
Okay, and then
Yes.
the other thing is on the revocable permits.
Yep.
Any reason why these are revocable permits and not leases?
Specifically in the Kalaeloa area, again, these are large parcels.
Right.
They're not small little individual parcels. So all these 10 parcels are within one parcel 117.
Okay.
Yeah, so we identify these parcels because it's right next to the road. It doesn't go farther into the parcel.
But
Yeah.
if someone, say they establish a business there, I mean, they have a right of entry to get on there, right?
Yeah.
I mean, these are gonna be revocable permits.
Permits, correct.
So they'll be able to operate a business.
Correct.
But they need long-term loans. So what's the chances of them, see, the whole idea is I can't get a loan unless I have, you know, a revocable permit gets me nothing.
Right.
So I'm just wondering, when would we be able to move those to revocable permit? Because I think some of the sentiment we get from our beneficiaries, especially in this area, is, hey, I have a small business. but I need a loan. I can't get a loan on a revocable permit. So I just wonder, is there some future in getting long-term dispositions on these areas?
I think there is, but again, it's, like I said, it's a large parcel and there's inadequate infrastructure there. It's old infrastructure that.
But,
we
but,
either
if,
gonna-
but if somebody here, I noticed there's a building here, if somebody here says, hey, I want to improve this building, is there an opportunity for me to get something long-term? Is that option still open?
Not for a general lease at this point in time, but.
Yeah, at
it
this
could
point in
be,
time, but I
yeah.
think it's something we need to think about, because
Mm.
we're talking about Hawaiian-owned businesses, starting out small, got to get a loan to get that. We've got a parcel, I've been using it for a couple of years, can I get this long-term? I think we need to look at that for these areas, even though it's in one long strip. Obviously, we have to divide them up.
Yep.
But it's just something I think we need to support the Native Hawaiian businesses that are probably gonna be in this area.
Right.
I'm sure. Okay, thank you, Chair.
Any other, Commissioner Kalekini?
Thank you, Kahana. So this presentation is specifically for general leases that
Correct.
was issued in 2024. So do we have like a spreadsheet of all the general leases statewide?
Yeah, we do, under the annual report, we can get that.
The
to you
annual,
guys.
okay.
Yeah,
No,
the annual
no, it'll
report
come
shows
out in
all
there.
the general leases by island,
Okay,
Yep.
perfect.
that is in there.
And just a side note, maybe it's for chair or you, but so these revenues, I mean, where does it go in which account in the trust?
You can answer that, Chair.
Well, yeah, it's a receipts account. We use that to support the program. Doesn't go into a general fund, it's our funds.
Okay. And so that can be used for like loans?
Yeah, we use it for loans, we use it for infrastructure, paying debt,
Infrastructure.
service, all kinds.
Chair, excuse me, but is that the one we move interest every quarter?
No, those are the receipts for.
Those are
the
receipts.
loan.
Okay, so
Interest payment.
that wouldn't be this area.
Yeah, it's different.
So this goes into a different trust
Different.
account, or it just goes in?
It's a trust account that is managed by us.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Thanks, Kahana.
Yep.
Thank you.
Great
Any other
work.
question?
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Commissioner.
G3 for information, draft environmental assessment for North Kona Wells project.
Aloha Commissioners, for information only, item G3, we will be presenting the draft environmental assessment and anticipated finding of no significant impact for the North Kona Wells project at the Giannullia site in Hulualoa, North Kona. And the TMK numbers of the well site location is on this submittal for your information. With me today, I have Lily Makaila, who will be presenting the background and draft environmental assessment.
Mahalo. Thank you, Michael. Next slide. Before I dive into the project information, I know we're right at the end of the day, so I'll do my best to be concise. I feel like this happens pretty frequently. I'll do my best to be concise. I did want to mention the commission's role when it comes to compliance. So this is a draft environmental assessment. Environmental assessments come before you folks, and you are the determining agency. Today, I'm not asking you folks to take action. Today, I'm asking you to just review and make comments. It's a pretty sizable document, so if anybody wasn't able to access it online, we do have a few printed copies if you'd like to lug around the printed version. I do want to remind the commission that it is our kuleana as staff folks to ensure that this project is shepherded along, that the technical reports and studies are completed correctly, that the document is prepared correctly and brought to you folks. And it is your kuleana to review and criticize and look for any issues or problems that you might see. I'll do my best to present all of the details to you folks, but please don't feel like you can't ask questions or probing questions. We will be bringing this draft environmental assessment back to you folks in a final environmental assessment format. We're looking at hopefully March or April that we can bring this to you folks. And at that time, we will be asking you to make a determination and to make a finding about this potential project. And so I'm hopeful that we can get most of this information out to you folks now, as well as making it available to our beneficiaries through this process so that we can collect all the comments that we need. Okay, jumping to the project site. So this is a draft environmental assessment. The proposed action is for groundwater well development. We are preparing this to comply with HRS Chapter 343. However, we are also completing this in order to proceed with land acquisition. So when we went to the AGs to opine whether or not we needed to complete an environmental assessment for this land acquisition for the site I'm going to talk about, they came back that we did need to complete this ahead of the closing of the land acquisition. That land acquisition is set to close in June of this year, June 2025. And that is why we're coming with this environmental assessment today, even though we still have a lot of steps to complete before we can do water source development on the site. We'll be doing this briefing today. We also are going to be publishing a draft in the January 23rd issue of the environmental notice. That will have a 30-day public comment period, and that will allow folks beyond our beneficiaries to make comments on the project. You can see in this map here where the project site is located. It is in North Kona area. The Ahupua is Waiaha. A lot of folks refer to that area more as Holualoa off the Mauka roads. Next slide. Project background. DHHL holds 1,400 acres of land. You can see it called out in green in this map here. The bulk of those lands are located in that gray shaded area. That is the National Park's area of concern. They have found direct correlations between groundwater well pumping and the impact on the ancholine ponds and the nearshore marine environment at the national park. For that reason, the County Department of Water Supply has advised us that if we are going to seek groundwater well development, we need to be south of Kehuolu, which is that southernmost gray shaded Ahupua'a, and that we should not be looking at basal sources. We should be looking at more high level water sources. Now in 2015, the Commission on Water Resource Management granted a water reservation for Kona for 3.398 million gallons per day. This reservation has to be utilized, and in order to do so, we need to do water source development. We've identified 2 potential groundwater well locations. Today, we're going to be talking about the one that you see in blue, referred to as the Gianulius site. We'll be coming back to this commission to discuss the purple one at a later time. That's the Keaho KS well site. Next slide. This is a proposed action. This is just a schematic of the area. You can see in the inset, the entire parcel, which is about 127 plus acres. And this area is adjacent to Mamalahoa. The shaded area is kind of early design sketches of what the water source development would look like. This would be for a water tank, 2 pumps, and kind of the other monitor control rooms that would be around that area. Likely less than 3 acres, more like long-term use of ½ acre to 1 acre out of this parcel. The reason why it's cited here is because there's a DWS, a county well that's located at the same elevation not too far from this location. And right there you can see how close it is to Mamalahoa Highway, which is where there are existing transmission lines. So DHHL is required to acquire the site, build all of the infrastructure, and then look at creating a water agreement with the county for long-term operation and management of the site. That includes building out of transmission lines to connect to the county's existing transmission lines. So this is one of the reasons, its closeness to those existing transmission lines. It's one of the reasons why this site is favorable. Next slide. I wanted to briefly go over compliance again. Again, this draft EA has been prepared to comply with HRS Chapter 343. It's basically prepared to study potential affected environment. And I've listed the different chapters or sections that are reviewed in this draft EA. Regarding cultural resources and practices, we did some supplemental technical reports. One is the Kapa'akai Framework Analysis Report. If you folks have tuned into Commission on Water Resource Management meetings in the last couple of years, that is a big sticking point. We will need to go through a water use permit application process, and we will need to make sure that we complete Kapa'akai Framework Analysis. We began that process in February of last year, and we got a preliminary draft of the Kapa'akai. And what that's going to do is it's going to help us to create appropriate mitigation measures when it comes to cultural resources, native rights, and practices. And so we've been working on getting that completed in order to make sure that it can inform the draft EA. Next slide. This is the 13 significance criteria. I'm not going to go through them all here. I am, however, going to go through the ones that will require mitigation measures or actions on behalf of the department. Next slide. Potential impacts and mitigation measures. So the mitigation measures are called out in green. We have to look at erosion and sediment control. We have to look at best management practices when it comes to these. That's for not only geology, topography, soils, but also for hydrologic resources. In addition, there's permitting that we need to do, engineering compliance, and we need to eliminate, to reduce or eliminate any potential for contamination. For biological resources, there are invasive species control measures, fauna avoidance and impact reduction, best management practices, as well as biological resource training for construction crews, engineering crews, and other folks that would be working, as well as resource buffers to protect native plants, or native animals. This is mostly native birds that are found in the area. Much of this site is all actively on a coffee farm. So this is not part of the forest reserve. This area is actively being farmed. And when our biological consultants went out and took a look, most of this area is already actively being disturbed with its agricultural production and has very minimal observance of native plants or animals. Next slide. Regarding archaeological and historic properties, I mentioned this already, but resource training is a component that needs to be incorporated. This is safety training for project personnel that would be working on site. It's also to make sure that folks are culturally competent in how to handle any inadvertent discoveries of Iwi Kupuna or any of the unexpected historic sites. We have identified very minimal evidence of historic structures, and those areas are well away from this proposed project location. So we don't anticipate this being a challenge for construction and development of this site, but we want to go into this appropriately. There's also a need for both archaeological and cultural monitoring throughout the construction phase, and appropriate protocols should there be Iwi Kupuna that are inadvertently discovered. Next slide. Now, I want to briefly talk about the Kapa'akai Framework Analysis. I mentioned that this was prepared over the last year in order to inform our draft environmental assessment. Now, the Kapa'akai Framework Analysis answers 3 questions, and I'll give you the Pidgin English version of it because it's a little funner than these longer ones. First question is, what get? What types of native practices and native rights are found in the vicinity of the project area? The second question to answer is what's going to happen? What's going to happen? So what are the potential impacts to these existing practices, rights, traditions, etc.? And then the third one is basically, what are you going to do to make it pono? How are you going to mitigate those things? So here I have a list of kind of our abbreviated answer to the first question, what get? There's a short list of all of the different practices that were compiled both through consultation, direct consultation with lineal and cultural descendants and cultural practitioners, and also from a pretty intensive literature review and field inspection of this vicinity. Next slide. Okay, what is going to happen? So this question looks at what is the potential for impacts. And this kind of lists out all of the potentialities for impacts. I think one important thing to understand is that we don't fully know what the impact will be on water. And part of this mitigation that will be needed will be to do monitoring, additional research and studies, to work with the Commission on Water Resource Management to get the most updated information, and also to figure out ways that we are able to keep an open dialogue with not only the folks who participated in the Kapa'akai framework analysis through consultation, but the extended community and other stakeholders as well. Next slide. The third one, what are we going to do about it? I think this is like 3 slides, so I'm going to do my best to get through there. DGHL will need to uphold its mandates by law. And sometimes that's easier said than done, but it is our kuleana to do our very best and make sure that we are upholding those mandates. One thing that came from consultation, folks are not happy that we are gathering water from one area and transporting to another. We've heard that from other folks on other islands. But in order to meet our needs in Kealakehe, we are harvesting water several ahupua'a south. And that is something to be mindful of. Sometimes it's something that we can't, there's nothing we can do about it. But there are ways that we can make that a little bit more palatable to those who are having to supply, you know, to carry the burden of where that water is being harvested from. And one way that we can do that is conservation measures. If folks in Kealakehe for all of our planned Le'iopua development, if those folks are going to be consuming water that is being harvested not from their ahupua'a but from other ahupua'a, then we need to do our best as a campaign, whether it be within DHHL or with other folks, for water conservation measures. If we can implement in our development, low flow as often as possible, if we can talk to folks and just let them know the impact of, how often you water your landscaping, how often you wash your car, what is this impact on this potable resource? Another thing to keep in mind again is that research, studies, and monitoring. And the monitoring should have some thresholds. I'm not able to speak to those thresholds today because we need more information, but we need to make a determination about what those thresholds would be. And if we see a trend towards detrimental effects, then we need to have a plan of how we're going to change that, how we're going to stop that trend and what that will look like. Next slide. Frequent, meaningful, accessible updates regarding all of the information that we're gathering. We need to look at ways that we can better outreach and engage, not just with our beneficiaries, inclusive of our beneficiaries, but also inclusive of all of the folks who are stakeholders in water in the Kona region. We can also, in order to address that, we can look at possibly creating a hui of stakeholders, and that might allow us to better disseminate information and help us to better outreach and engage with the community. The department also needs to look at how to financially and administratively support community managed resource management, specifically when it comes to water, looking at alternatives for long-term dedication of the well site. This one is probably going to be a point of contention for folks. When we did our consultations, one of the biggest concerns that folks said is, how come this pathway says, okay, if you want more water credits from the county, then you need to buy the land or find the land, develop the well, pay for all of that, and then dedicate it in perpetuity to the county. And they said that particular pathway is hard from the native practitioner perspective and the stakeholder perspective, even though it's something that's very, very common. It's hard to swallow because it, in essence, gambles away the future of that resource. And oftentimes when we make these water agreements, they're in perpetuity. They don't have a time limit on them. And I can understand the function and the task of that. I think everyone that we consulted with, they could understand the function of that kind of dedication of the utility so that the county can better maintain and operate it. But they did say that if there are ways that we can look at an alternative agreement that doesn't gamble away our future with this resource, if we can look at perhaps a time limit, a term limit, something that would be amenable to both the county and the department so that we are better valuing the resource and the long-term management and the long-term access, not just for beneficiaries, but for native practitioners. When we remove that kuleana and give it to another entity, it removes it out of our hands and trades away our long-term control of that resource. There's a few things that mention here, the needs for updates, CWRM's update and the county's update to the water use and development plan for Hawaii County. Also for the department to take a hard stand with CWRM about gathering the appropriate information and studies that we need. Being updated as often as we can. We also are looking at kind of, can we advocate for and participate in the update to the statewide framework? This is for the Hawaii Water Plan, so that we have kind of a stronger position in that. Next slide. Folks also wanted the department to think early on about the long-term malama'aina needed for this space. Now, this 127 acres will not all be water source development. Once it's a part of the department, I mean, it's currently used for agriculture and has been for some time. So it could likely be a great location for our agricultural homesteaders. But also looking at the common spaces, the spaces around it, this area as an access point to our Mauka lands. There's a huge need for malama'aina watershed management efforts and to look at what the department can do in aiding that funding, whether it's funding it directly or whether it's just acting as a pass-through agency so that homesteaders or nonprofit entities can access federal funding. Another kind of piece that folks wanted the department to consider is, what is a clear pathway for long-term access for Native rights? How do we as Native practitioners access DHHL lands with permission? Is it just through the ROE process? Is there another process? You know, if folks are just going to kind of malama a hala grove or malama an ulu grove or visit their grave sites and take care of those spaces, does that require an ROE? And if not, what else would that look like? How can we fit this need of long-term access for malama to sacred spaces? Because we don't currently have a very clear process outside of the ROE process. And also, DHHL should try to work with stakeholders for the creation of a preservation plan for some of the historic areas up there. One is called Kealo Kawa'a. This was a very historically renowned space for va'a making, canoe making traditionally, and also the Kona upland forests. Those two sites are not wholly captured within the bounds of this parcel, but this parcel is an important piece in kind of the broader sensitive areas of this area. Next slide. Quick summary. All of this being said, we do anticipate a finding of no significant impact. And that is proposed based on integrating the mitigation measures. So should we follow the mitigation measures outlined in these documents, then we feel confident in an anticipated finding of no significant impact. And the primary reason why we're seeking this is so that we can continue with the critical development of homesteads in the Kona region. There's a master plan for La'iopua and those surrounding lands that has been, on paper for quite a long time. And we'd like to help, bring all of that to fruition. Next slide. Next steps. I mentioned already, it's the draft EA is being published in the environmental notice this month. There's a 30-day public comment period. We'd like to incorporate public comments and work on that and try to, if possible, get it out in, get out the final environmental assessment in March or April timeframe. Following that, we'll have to finalize the acquisition of the property, which we're looking at June 2025. Design and construct a test well, confirm test well results. Obtain a seaworm well construction and pump installation permit. Design and construction of the production well, storage, transmission improvements and whatnot required by the county. And then look at Hawaiian Homes Commission approval for a water agreement and whatever components may come with that, with the county. Next slide. That's all. Thank you so much.
That's a mouthful.
That's pretty detailed.
Chair, I just have a question.
Commissioner Nevis?
On the, some of the cultural practice access with this, this Kai framework analysis that we have to do. You mentioned maybe developing a hui that we can communicate with. That may be, it sort of depends, what scope the hui has. I mean, you're talking to certain individuals, but they have to get that information out to everybody as far as access. Possibility is to do an MOU with that hui and then give them access. Now we have to be careful because when we start developing, it's going to restrict some of that access. So it's going to be, say, at this point during our development, it's opened up, we'll do a memorandum agreement that you'd have cultural practice access and so on and so forth. As we develop, we'll have to go back into that negotiation and say, we're developing, so we're going to restrict access. But if there's certain, and like we do on most projects, if we have, special management areas or areas where we have Iwi Kupuna or sacred sites, we'll have to make sure that we take that into consideration and still allow them access to that. But I think that's maybe the best way to do is develop a hui that they're all satisfied with, and then do a memorandum agreement that's open as we develop, maybe the approach that we might want to look at.
I appreciate that, Commissioner. I think when you were mentioning that, I was thinking a potential model might be the folks in Ka'upulehu in Kona. They have a hui that has worked with the resort there.
Right.
And they've also helped with kind of the long-term monitoring. And
I think that partnership is going to be important moving because,
Correct.
It's going to go way beyond we're here. And I
Correct.
think it's important to develop that partnership right off the bat to protect those cultural rights. And that gets our beneficiaries excited about it as well. As our beneficiaries move in and say, hey, these are important places. And this is the hui, if you want to join the hui, just to be involved in their cultural practices, to continue to keep those in, in our culture moving forward. So.
Mahalo, Commissioner.
Any other comment? Commissioner Fair?
Just thanks again. We talk about this for a while, off and on. Thank you guys for your due diligence and the detailed report. I'm definitely looking forward to this. Thank you.
Mahalo, Commissioner.
I'm sorry for yawning. I was I promise.
Any other comment?
So,
Commissioner Kalaitin?
what's the purchase price of the property? Was it like 2 million or 25 or I remember 2 in there?
I can get you the specific figure, but it was in the ballpark of 9 million.
No, that's close enough.
I also did want to note on the purchase price that was a allocation that was, from the
279.
legislature.
So the legislature provided, I believe it was 12 million to the department specifically for North Kona water development. So no trust funds were used in the purchase of
Right,
this property.
okay. Nice, thanks.
And this is already, this is already on the website?
Correct. The draft is already on the website. It includes the preliminary Kapa'akai framework analysis. We're still working on that though. And so, it's on the Kapa'akai website, included in the appendices for the draft. It's also going to come out on the environmental notice, which will be available online. And that'll be that 30-day open public comment period as well.
Okay, so you don't want us to respond to this, just want us to review it, the one that's being published?
You're welcome to respond in
Okay,
any way.
yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, very good, thank you.
Because the comments that actually count is towards the environmental bulletin, is that correct?
They do, yes. So right now we're soliciting comments on behalf of the draft environmental assessment.
Okay.
We are going to be opening another comment period specific for the Kapa'akai framework analysis. But I think the important thing to note is that we're trying to do these together, so that they are working kind of with each other. And so I think in that way, we're open to receiving comments kind of throughout these comment periods. And those will very much influence the final mitigation measures that we incorporate into the development of the project.
And for the EA, a public meeting is not required, it's just public comment.
Public comment period,
Yeah,
yep.
period, okay.
And then we're going to be coming back to you folks again in March or April. That will be with the final environmental assessment. And that's when we'll ask you to make a determination.
Thank you, Lily.
Thank you. Anything else? Mahalo.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lon.
What will we do tomorrow?
Tomorrow, okay.
We need to take action on the case hearing requests.
D4 deferred?
Tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Okay. Okay, we're gonna end today's agenda, or we've come to the end of today's agenda, and then tomorrow's agenda will begin at 9:30 a.m. here in Halepono'i. We are recessed for the day, but I'd like you guys to hang around. We have to take action on a request for a contested case hearing. Okay.
Chair, before we adjourn, again, my request to have a VIG, you probably hear this over and over and over every meeting, for the application right successorship. I sent you a note on that. Yeah, that's really important to get that resolved so we can continue on with, you know, the priority for space and so on and so forth, because we need to clean those lists up. And it's very simple cleanup. Just a rule that hasn't been, and actually the AG has a, I've got some information from the AG on how we can clean it up, so.
Okay, and maybe you and I can talk.
Yeah, I will.
Okay.
Very good, thank you.
But do hang on, gang. We have
Yep.
a couple of things. Yeah, we're gonna have to clear the room for this final action by the commission.